We don't have that much time, right? Okay, y'all ready?
Yes, sir.
All right. I have 9 o'clock. So we will call this business meeting of the Arkansas Real Estate Commission to order. First order of business to all participants and attendees of this public meeting of the Arkansas Real Estate Commission should be made aware that all discussions and comments during this meeting, which will be audio recorded pursuant to Act 1028 of 2019, are subject to the Arkansas Freedom of Information Act, and as such may be placed on the Commission's website. So a short introduction here real quick, and then we will move on into our business meeting. Looks like we have a full agenda today. My name is Doyle Yates. I am Chair of the Real Estate Commission from Fayetteville. To my left is Suzette Sparks. She is Vice Chair of the Commission. Suzette is an industry member from Rogers. To my right, Tony Moore, Russellville. Tony is likewise an industry member. To Tony's right is Eugene Post of Fort Smith. Eugene is a consumer member. Support staff that are or may be in the room today: Andrea Alford, our Executive Director; Melissa Goff, Deputy Director; Heather Garrett, AREC Supervisor; Udell Ward, Senior Investigator; Candace Riggins, Investigator; Sandy Egger, Executive Assistant; Julie Chavis, Assistant Attorney General; and Bradley Dixon, Liaison to the Governor's Office. So at this time, we will proceed to our business meeting. First order of business, consideration and approval of the May 2022 minutes. Everyone received those via email. Any corrections, additions, questions?
No, sir.
Motion to accept.
So moved.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Minutes are approved. Review of June 2022 financial.
Thank you, Chairman. This will actually be the May 2022 financials. We are in the next to last month of the fiscal year. Our revenue for the month was $72,563.56. Turning to the general fund balance sheet, you'll see that our beginning fund balance for the fiscal year, $1,761,701 was, did see an increase year to date at the end of May, $280,748 for a current fund balance at end of month of $2,042,449. This is the time of the year when we see our revenue over expenditures be in the red just a little bit, but of course that cycles throughout the year. And you can see that for the most part, our revenue line items year to date are still on the rise. Our application and license fee receiving is lagging behind last year to date just a little bit, but again, that has to do with how the fiscal year is cycled. Any questions on the general fund balance sheet or the aging report or income statement before we move on to the recovery fund?
Hearing none.
Okay. The recovery fund, our beginning fund balance was $1,174,372. Our net damages repaid to the fund for this fiscal year have been $6,905, and our increase to the fund is $50,601 for a current fund balance at end of month of $1,218,068, which includes the accounts receivable of $295,491. And I'm happy to take any questions you have about the recovery fund.
I don't think we have any.
I did want to mention during this section of the agenda that we will begin working on the biennial budget fairly soon. And as part of that planning process, I am going to be getting some quotes for replacing the roof on the building. We've had leakage issues as long as I've been here. And during the renovation, we had some repairs done. We had planned to do a full roof replacement at that time, but the contractor assured us that just some repairs could fix the issues. They may have fixed the issues, but then we had new ones. So it is time for a new roof. This building has had the same roof since it was built in 1990. So I'll be looking into that and may have to add that either as a capital outlay or as a fairly significant increase to operating. And then we'll also be planning to replace the old Chevy van in our fleet. And we may also be looking at running more refrigerant line to the building. I don't know if you all recall, we've talked about the current system runs on about half the refrigerant line that it actually should. And we think that causes some of the issues we've had. And our commercial air, the HVAC company that services our system, did a stopgap. They blew out a second line for us so that we could use that last summer. And that has helped with some of the issues, but long-term, we really do need to run more line. So we'll be looking into that as well. So that's kind of the wish list. Not sure that we'll actually get there, but I did want to let you know that that is what I'm looking at right now.
I'm sure the volume in this room makes it difficult for that unit to keep up.
It does.
So if you will, allow me to help in any way I can, on that standing seam metal roof theoretically should be a lifetime. It's not supposed to create fault. Now the valleys and the way this thing was designed is probably the Achilles heel of it, not the actual material itself. There's some membrane stuff out there, some other type of updated stuff that you may find might be somewhat of a advanced repair without having to quote replace, as you just said.
Okay.
Not sure that applies, but I'd certainly be glad to help you start down that path. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Because the first thing most roofers do is say, "Oh well, let's just do it all." Okay, that's going to be a couple $100,000 on this roof right now with metal the way it is.
Right. Okay.
So to do an end around that if we can and fix the problem and
Okay.
actually fix it,
Right.
yeah, would be the right avenue. We can discover that, but I'll be glad to help.
Okay. Thank you. I would definitely appreciate that. I got my roofing degree from Arthur's Beauty College. So
Or what?
The roofing degree.
Oh.
Arkansas Beauty College.
okay. That's all I have on the financials for now.
Any other questions? Motion to approve.
So moved.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Moving on, consent order, disciplinary formal hearing 3770. Give us a minute to read.
Commissioners, Investigator Candace Riggins will answer questions, and she has a brief statement to make.
Y'all hear me? Okay, perfect. So the salesperson reported 1016 at the time of renewal. And as you can see, the salesperson was willing and forthcoming with the information. I didn't have any issues or no combativeness at all. And according to the finding of facts, as you see, the salesperson obtained her license in April of 2003. And the salesperson's license was inactive between January 2018 and February 2018 due to CE non-compliance. But at this time, the salesperson is actively licensed. And according to the documentation, they did plead guilty to disorderly conduct. But as I stated before, they did provide audit documentation and explanation regarding why, and they are very forthcoming with that information.
Okay, so was she licensed with the same broker during this time frame, or was it different companies? Can you recall?
I might have to go back and see.
I believe.
Heather, if you'll come over here, we'll get an answer for you just real quick.
Thank you.
And I think that was one of the things that we talked about last month too, when we have a consent order, is to include the license history.
Mhm.
And we have some of it here. I just couldn't tell it to you. So she
Right.
did renew. She goes inactive because of non-CE compliance.
Yes,
But then turns around and activates differently, I'm assuming, and has been licensed consistently for 20 years.
correct.
That's right.
Yes.
My question was, is that with the same broker or not?
Right.
I always look at these thinking, is the broker reminding agents of any violation requires the notice? Did we interview the broker?
No, we did not.
Did not.
No, because whenever this came through, it was during time of renewal. And so when they go online and answer the question, if there was a background or issue with the background or anything like that, then that's when we contact them regarding their application or their renewal.
So you went straight to the agent and have called.
Correct,
To this point, all the way without the broker involvement at all. Is
correct.
that correct?
Yes,
And Commissioners, this licensee was licensed with the same firm for a long period of time. So there was not a change in firm recent to this occurrence. And in this case, the time between when she pled guilty and when she reported it was over the 30 days, but it was still pretty short. So,
Right.
yeah.
Mhm.
This is a classic one of those I can see I think I can see how it happened very carefully, probably an honest person that set up and then reported. So I'm just trying to draw the broker into notice and trying to make sure the broker realizes it's actually on us. We're all brokers up here to try to remind agents that, hey, if there's been something, A, I want to know it. B, our obligation to see it's reported.
Their supervising broker will be notified of the consent agreement.
I would prefer
Mhm.
that they be engaged before the consent agreement and not after,
Okay,
just because there's an obligation to supervise.
And it could be consequential enough that they would not want to maintain that
That is
relationship.
correct.
and depending on the charges, if there were a serious charge that, especially one that would require a hearing rather than a consent agreement, we would definitely include the broker in the notifications and correspondence. So we will make that a practice.
Because theoretically, we could have an agent, any of us could have an agent trying to steer around us. And if we don't do a good job of making sure, so she's self-reporting. We know there's a lot out there not self-reporting, right? I mean, so, again, I'm not in opposed to the consent order. I'm just trying to make sure that broker is brought in, and we are getting them involved because they need to be carrying this to their other agents too. It is your responsibility to tell me and me to tell you and our signature. That's all.
Yes, sir.
But I make a motion to approve this.
Second?
We need a second?
Well, let's do it. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion for consent order is approved.
Thank you, commissioners.
And not to dwell on it too much, but just sitting here thinking personally, I would have wanted to know about this particular agent because I would have wanted to, as a broker, sit down and ask for the particulars of what led to domestic violence that got pled down to disorderly conduct.
Absolutely.
So,
Just for the safety of your office, if nothing else.
right.
Make sure nothing's gonna escalate.
We will certainly add that to our process.
Good. So, moving along, legislative and rulemaking update.
Yes, so I wanted to update you on some of the happenings of May. The last time we met, I had scheduled to go before the Administrative Rules Committee on Wednesday of that week. And then I was appearing before the Occupational Licensing Review Subcommittee, which is also known as the Sunset Committee, on Thursday of that week. So I'll start with our rules. Our new and amended rules were approved by the Rules Committee, so those will be effective July 1. We are working on the filings for those with the State Library and Secretary of State and BLR, and then we will be updating our own internal policies, processes, and documents. It will be a fairly extensive update, but it won't be substantive in terms of how we engage with applicants and licensees on a day-to-day basis. We also have been asked to look into some things regarding property management licensure. When I appeared before the Sunset Committee, of course, the function of the Occupational Licensing Review Committee is to perform a systematic review of all entities, state entities that license or register or permit individuals to engage in a given occupation or profession. And at that review, they collect quite a bit of data from the licensing entity, and then they will review each form of licensure or registration. And then if there are any that they think need to be sunset, then at that point, they can. We had a little bit of a different experience with the Sunset Review Committee, and we had questions from several of the members who want to see us look into an additional property management only license. And they asked me to do some research to that end, which I have done, and that is with the secretary for review. Essentially, there are around, I want to say, 7 jurisdictions in the country that have a separate property management license. Most of them, it's a property management only license, but that does not keep a regular broker or salesperson from also engaging in property management activities. There are a couple exceptions to that. I want to say it's Nevada, where if you are a broker or salesperson, you have a residential lease agent permit on top of your regular license to be able to engage in property management. In one of the other states, you can only go so far in property management activities with your regular broker or salesperson license. And then once it comes to actually managing the property, after the property has been leased, you have to have a property management license. So I do have that data ready. And Chairman Yates and I have a meeting scheduled tomorrow morning with one of the legislators who's interested in this. You might recall from the 2021 legislative session, this was an issue that Representative McGrew from Hot Springs wanted us to look into. And so we'll be meeting with him in the morning just to get his thoughts and see kind of what he'd like to consider. So just wanted to let you all know what that is. Of course, if for the agency to take any position or any action, we will have to work in conjunction with the department and with Secretary Bassett before we can move forward on anything. But I did want to make you aware that that conversation is ongoing.
So one more time, on your research for the 15, that's 15 states.
There are about 7.
7, yeah.
Mhm.
That require a separate property management licensure of some status.
Yes, I've got that pulled up. So
So as you're looking,
7.
is that they have to have a real estate license and a separate property management license?
Not necessarily.
Okay, can you help us with that just a little bit?
Yes, I can. Let me pull that up.
There'd be separate property management pre-license courses, separate property management testing. We would have to do separate licensing here. So if you, in fact, if you wanted to do both, you would have to do both of those steps and both have to hold both licenses, broker and.
Not necessarily. So if we were to structure if we were to do this, one option would be that we could say, if you want to engage in property management only, you can take a property management only pre-license course and exam and then post and CE. But regular brokers and salespersons would still have that built into our post, and then they would have that as an option for CE. And of course, it's on the exam. So in Illinois, they have a separate residential lease agent license, but that property manager, it is a standalone license, but they are required to affiliate with a sponsoring broker. In Montana, same thing, they have a separate property management license, but they can operate independently. In Oregon, separate property management license, but they can operate independently. South Carolina has 2 levels of property manager, which are similar to our salesperson and broker. If you're just a regular property management agent, you have to affiliate with a property manager in charge or a broker. If you're a property manager in charge, you can supervise. In South Dakota, they have a residential agent and a property manager, similar to salesperson and broker structure. In DC, it is a separate property management license. They are not required to take property management specific pre-license. They are only required to pass the sales exam, and they can operate independently of a supervising broker. And in Nevada, a real estate license is required. They have to take specific pre-license ed. They only have to pass the sales exam. And if they are a salesperson with the property management permit, then they have to be under a broker. Otherwise, they can supervise as a broker.
You know, it's interesting that out of the states that you mentioned, California's not part of it. Texas is not, Florida's not, New York is not. States that would have the largest number of agents and probably the largest number of visitors, vacationers,
Mhm.
rental properties,
Mhm.
don't require it. My conversation in the past on this subject with the legislator really centered around the heartburn that particular person had as a property manager in having to sit through CE every year that had nothing to do with property management. And so there may be some opportunity here to indicate that if someone is going to do property management, that there is a mandated property management CE that they are required to do rather than a complete
Mhm.
rework of licensure to accommodate this.
Nebraska actually has a requirement like that. They do not have a separate property manager license, but if you perform property management activities, 3 of CE hours each year are required to be in property management.
No.
Right.
You have a third party.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mhm. Right.
Yeah, you have a rental property, you've hired me to manage that property for you.
And it can be both residential and commercial.
Right.
So,
In probably viewing what I think is our biggest liability into a recovery fund and looking at some of the development, property management is similar to sales in that it has evolved into a much more complex segment of the industry. The challenge I see the most is that we have a lot of agents still managing out 15 or 20 other desks.
Right.
That is a tremendous liability. They have no software programs. The accounting is just not there. And that is a cliff edge problem.
mhm.
Airbnb is going to cause more of that, in my opinion. So they're going to be out there holding themselves up and they're collecting monies for others. And I just think that is if we could come up with a formula that is palatable, it's good consumer protection. I believe. Because I just see it far too often.
Mhm.
And what's astounded me as I get more and more involved in bigger markets is that the bigger markets have more of it. Smaller markets actually have less of it. The larger markets have more of it, but agents managing 4 or 5 out of their heads. Am I wrong?
No, sir. Along the lines of the recovery fund, when I researched this topic in 2021, of course, we all know that some of the more significant payouts from the recovery fund have been property management related, but from 2011 to 21, the recovery fund had paid out $362,000 in damages on behalf of licensees. 256,000 of that was property management related. Of the 3 largest payouts in the history of the fund, 2 were property management related claims. One totaled 150,000, which is the largest claim ever to the fund, and one was 75,000. And of course, we have not been able to collect on the 75,000, and we are slowly collecting on the 150,000. And that is one of the challenges of a property management recovery fund claim. If it does get to the point where it's coming to us and the licensee is not going to be able to make those consumers whole, it's because the amount is so significant that they're either not going to be able to ever reimburse the recovery fund, or they're not going to be able to reimburse it fully. And so that is one of the challenges related to property management and the recovery fund. And I think we would need to get some legal advice on whether or not the existing recovery fund could be applied towards a license that does not exist at present, or whether we would need to establish a secondary fund devoted just to property management, which of course would have to be built up over time. So
would have to have a more substantial contribution to it than the $25 per license.
It would.
And maybe bonding is what
Mhm.
we need to go to.
Was it 2014 that the commission did training on property management? Was some of the best training that I remember.
I think so, because that was when we were rewriting the property management
That's right.
rules.
That's where you wrote it. You
Mhm.
wrote it.
Mhm.
But you just think about my property management operation will settle $500,000 a month.
Hmm.
We're probably carrying over close to $1 million in deposit accounts. That's just us.
Mhm.
1 month.
Yeah.
Just 1 month. Of processing $500,000 of other people's money.
Right.
Look what could happen to one case in a 5-day case at a Rillo in Charlotte. They were telling me in Savannah, they were telling me about it's a 5-day case, they had 5-day hearing. It's $995,000 award in property management.
Wow.
And it took them a year to build the case. It was so complex. And it took them 5 days to hear it. And it was $995,000.
Mhm.
And that was just like to have fell out.
Right.
And he said it was all because you think about this, a large city, the average rental property was $2,000 a month.
Mhm.
What are y'all seeing up there as far as price of rentals? So it's just this escalation in rental amounts. And so the numbers are just growing exponentially. I mean, it's just getting so high fast.
Mhm.
So what was $800 bill 5 years ago is now $1,800.
Mhm.
Well, and you have so many more absentee owners who are willing to turn it over
That's
to
right.
a property manager. So
Right.
a property management company is dealing with multiple clients at the same time over multiple months, because a lot of times this thing goes on for months before the trigger gets pulled.
Absolutely.
Where just a salesperson, you know, if you've harmed the public,
Mhm.
it's one-off. It's
Mhm.
one client at a time. Property management is multiples.
Right.
And that's a great point, Noel, because you just mentioned something I hadn't thought about. Most of these guys now are settling 1 and 2 months even behind.
Right.
Mhm.
Okay, so if it's if they're average $1,500 a month in rental, they manage 100, holding 2 months behind, look at the numbers
Mhm.
that we're talking.
Yeah, and it's usually they get in trouble because it's borrowing from
That's
the current to try to catch up on the past.
Right.
And it takes a while before it just implodes.
But when it does, if it bounces here, look.
Yeah.
Look at the harm. Because it's not gonna be just one owner, it's gonna be multiple owners that are taking money from there. That's one we've heard here before.
Right.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
And whether we do a separate licensure or not, we really need to address what we do with recovery fund in making the public whole when it comes to property management.
The permit idea intrigues me. That's a unique idea, kind of unique.
Mhm.
Number 2, it would let us set up a different CE, which
Mhm.
is vital, I think. And it might drive, I don't like the idea of separating the supervision part of it. Really? I mean,
Right.
I'm up for that.
Well, when you have no supervision.
Yeah, which are actually where is our problem anyway, is that brokers allowing these agents to do it desktop,
Right.
and it's just evolved past that.
Mhm.
What you used to do on a spreadsheet, you cannot do it any longer.
Right.
Markets reflect.
Mhm.
Well, I think there's probably a hybrid here that we
Mhm.
could get behind, but a separate licensure for just property management.
Mhm.
I think creates more problems than it solves. I think it also opens Pandora's box for what commercial, yeah, commercial agents pop up. They hate the fact that a residential agent delves in commercial property anyway. So if they could set it up where, hey, you can't do it, it can only come to me because I'm the only one with a commercial
But the permit-
license.
The permit might allow us to put in a separate bit of CE type control and have a little bit more of a rein in on who's doing what.
Right, and allow us to up the bar
Yeah.
on what an individual knows about that particular specialty. And that's one of the arguments I have about this, that, you know, if Tony goes to law school and passes the bar, he doesn't get a separate license to do criminal law or tax law. He specializes in that direction, and he takes courses, and he holds himself out to be an attorney that knows that
Right.
particular specialty. And so I think that's probably one of the options that we ought to look at, is that you got a license. But if you're going to specialize in one direction or another, the Real Estate Commission requires that you do this. That your CE is made up of this every year, because that will come up. Commercial will come up, agribusiness will come up, because those are specialties that just the average agent wouldn't know much about,
Right.
but they wing it.
But if we drove it through the permit status and add the CD wrinkle to it also, we would up the professionalism
Right.
and the accountability. We would know who's doing what.
Right.
Today, we have no idea,
Mhm.
and at least you would have some form of monitoring.
Mhm.
And I think if you're gonna do the specialty, then maybe we look at the fact that CE is gonna be more hours for you. That you can't cram it all into 6 or 7. That if you're gonna be a residential agent and property management, then, you know, maybe your CE gets stretched out.
Okay.
A lot of moving
In Nevada,
parts.
where they have the permit, they do have a 24-hour pre-license requirement to get that permit on top of what you've already taken to become a salesperson or a
24 hours
broker.
on top of 60,
Mhm.
we'd have to do 60, and then 24 was especially on property management.
Yes, now they do not have an exam requirement. You just have to pass the standard licensing exam, which I think is probably good. One of the arguments we've heard is that the exam doesn't really cover property management. However, there is a percentage of the exam that does cover property management, but it also covers agency. It covers finance. It covers disclosure. It covers federal law. It covers state law. It covers things that touch every piece of the industry. And they may not be specific only to property management, but they are things that a property manager needs to know. And so that's one of the things that we've looked at with the exam, how much can actually be tied to property management. The answer is basically all of it. So.
Because it overlaps. The other thing too, you could probably check, which state was it that had the 24 hours?
Permit was Nevada.
Nevada. Then you have to get back to education and who teaches that 24 hours. Because it's not the typical
Right.
educator that's out there now.
Right.
Unless they drill down and can produce a course and to our satisfaction that they're capable of teaching that side of it.
Right. Oklahoma just developed a voluntary 15-hour property management specific course. They've not made it mandatory yet, but they did it in response to some of the same comments we've been hearing about property management training and licensure. And their executive director was kind enough to share that course outline with me. So that's a resource we have, regardless of what we end up doing with the licensure itself. We do have a good educational resource there.
Have they had good attendance with that?
You know, I'm not sure, but I can find out.
Yeah. it'll be-
Because
I'm sitting here thinking if we move in this direction, talking about requiring a course, then, you know, we have to think about all the existing property managers,
Mhm.
you know,
Right.
that have to figure out taking the course and how do they continue doing what they're doing until they get that. So some sort of
Mhm.
variance or
Yeah.
period to allow them to get that completed.
Well, that's the broad brush. You
Yeah,
just
so-
say, would the grandfather it? Yeah.
Well, the could we require them on the permit to provide us either access to the computer or they have to send a reconciliation of their accounts to? us?
I'm sure that would require promulgation of a rule. At present, though, they have to make their records available to us for inspection upon request. So we may be able to set up some sort of ongoing
You
access.
know, you could catch them pretty fast on reconciliation of their
Right.
accounts because they won't balance.
Mhm.
And the number one violation is they're spending deposit money to cover.
It would be
other people's
interesting,
shortage.
Mhm.
it would be interesting to know how many licensees do third-party property management.
Mhm.
Now, we wouldn't know that
Right.
readily, right? Unless we polled it
Mhm.
in some fashion. And did property management for 1 to 5, you know, tried to get an idea, like Tony said,
Mhm.
how many agents are trying to just do real estate sales out of the right drawer and property management out of the left, and
Mhm.
or how many companies out there that are just full-blown property management, it's all they do.
Mhm.
An excessive amount of them that are non-local.
That are doing third-party.
Yes. So they're mom and pops.
Mhm.
But they're doing their own.
They're doing their own. Now, we have a license.
Yeah.
No, they're doing it for other parties. So they do have a license, but they're non-local.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, sure, so.
In rural areas, in more rural areas.
But those would be that
That's,
1 to 5, 1 to 10 kind of.
I told her the other day, she had 252 units, non-rural. And she is PB and she's been licensed forever. She has no software program. That's got desk drawer with yellow notepad. 252 units. Now, there's nothing illegal about that.
No,
I asked her what software program she used. Yellow notepad.
yeah, and I don't know that being a realtor is a defining moment for them either.
No,
because-
but she was doing that, of course, save
Right.
money.
Well, and she
Oh.
probably looked at, she didn't need that side. She didn't utilize the MLS or any of the other benefits of being a realtor, so.
Oh.
It just has a lot of moving parts. It's not as simple as
Right.
a legislator saying, hey, I think we ought to have a separate license
Right.
for property.
Mhm. And I've spared you all what we've talked about in terms of what this would take for us administratively. So you're right, there are quite a bit of moving parts to consider. So, but I think our 9:30 is here, so.
Okay, we will recess our business meeting. Anybody need a break?
Yeah.
All right. Let's take a quick break and come back and we will pick up on our 9:30.
You can use either one. I thought maybe this one was on because we were getting some feedback.
Yes.
Good. Introductions around the room. My name is Joel Yates. I am chair of the board of this. To my left, Park, that's vice chair of the commission. Rogers. To my right on the board, Tony is the administrator. And to Tony's right is Coach Gene. Around the room, I'll introduce people who may come to know that may have part in today's hearing. Andrew Alford, who's our executive director. Melissa Goff, deputy director. Heather Garrett, Barry C. supervisor. Del Ford, senior investigator, and investigator. Sandy Egger, executive assistant. On my left, Assistant Attorney General Tiffany Harrison, who is our today, Charles Moulton, who is our hearing officer, and at this time. Okay, I told everyone else to turn it on. When I got up at the break, I turned it off. Okay, better now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And our hearing officer today, Charles Moulton. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to our hearing officer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As Chair Yates noted, this is before the Arkansas Real Estate Commission in the matter of Randall C. Easterling, applicant, docket numbers FH number 3781. Ms. Chavis, would you be so kind as to identify yourself for the record, please?
My name is Julie Chavis. I'm an assistant attorney general and I represent the Arkansas Real Estate Commission.
And Mr. Easterling, would you be so kind as to identify yourself for the record, please?
Randall Easterling.
That's all you need to do. So, Mr. Easterling, I don't know if you've ever been in an administrative hearing before. Have you?
No.
All right. You can just press the button down and if you press it,
Like the
you
red
won't have
one.
to keep
The red one.
the
Yeah,
red
you
one
just leave it down.
and just leave it pressed down. And that way you don't have to keep playing with the microphone. So let me tell you a little bit about how the process is going to work. Okay.
Yes.
You are representing yourself here this morning, correct? You're representing yourself? All right.
Yes.
You don't have a lawyer.
No.
All right. And you're ready to proceed this morning, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you're doing great. We have a court reporter. It's really important to give a verbal response to any question that you're asked so she can take it down accurately.
Okay.
Okay. So as the hearing officer, my job is to run the hearing for the benefit of the commission as well as yourself. All right. If at any time you don't understand what's happening or what's going on, let me know, because one of my jobs and one of my roles is to make certain that you get a fair hearing in front of this commission. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So what's going to happen is, my understanding is Ms. Chavis spoke to you earlier, and to try to kind of pave the way a little bit, although you have the burden and technically you're supposed to go first because you're asking for a waiver, you're going to allow her to ask you some questions to sort of lay the foundation. Correct?
Yes.
So she's going to ask you questions, and then the commission's going to ask you questions. All right. And then at that point in time, she may have some witnesses that she's going to call as well. I do not know. If she does, you have an opportunity to ask questions of that witness. If you don't want to ask questions, it's not going to be held against you one way or the other. But it's a kind of a give and take process between yourself and the commission. Okay. That way you get your entire story told.
Okay.
Do you have any witnesses yourself, Mr. Easterling?
No, sir.
All right. How about any documents besides a package that we already obtained, the one that's in front of you? Do you have any other documents that are not part of that package that you want the commission to see?
I just have things to just show my progress in business and work history.
Okay. Is that a document or?
Well, I have, just information showing where I have started businesses and just character type.
Okay, I'll tell you what we're gonna do is, I'm gonna take judicial notice about the statutes as well as the rules, okay? We've got a compilation package of exhibits. The commission hasn't seen any of this yet. So unless you have an objection, Mr. Easterling, I've got exhibits A and B and then 1 through 6. Is that right, Ms. Chavis?
That's
All right.
correct.
Do you have an objection to the admission of these exhibits, Mr. Easterling?
No.
All right, without objection, A and B and 1 through 6 are admitted. We're gonna go ahead and publish those to the commission, okay? They're gonna go ahead and go off the record because I haven't seen any of this information yet. This is their first opportunity. And while they're reviewing those documents, maybe we can get with you and see what you've got and maybe make some copies, okay?
Okay.
All right, we are off the record.
we're ready to go back on the record.
The commission has finished its review of the exhibits that have been admitted that were staff's. Ms. Chavis, I've got a compilation package here of exhibits from Mr. Easterling. Do you have an objection to the admission of these exhibits?
I do not.
We'll go ahead and mark that as respondents or applicants, I should say, exhibit 1, and admit that into evidence. Pass that out to the commission. Commissioners, do you need a moment to review these documents?
Please.
All right, we're off the record.
I think we're ready to go back on the record.
All right, we're back on the record. Commission has finished its review of all the exhibits and documents. Ms. Chavis, you have one other witness besides Mr. Easterling?
There is a possibility I may call Miss Riggins, so I would like her to be sworn just in case,
Okay.
along with Mr. Easterling.
Mr. Easterling? Ma'am, would you be so kind as to raise your right hands? Do you swear the testimony you're about to give in this hearing is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, thank you both very much. Ms. Chavis, do you want to do an opening or you want to waive?
Well, I do need to make a brief opening statement. Commissioners, is that better? Oh, goody. Commissioners, I would respectfully request that you look at the table of contents of the exhibit list. And I'm gonna respectfully request that you ignore exhibit number 4 and any reference to exhibit number 4 in the order and notice of hearing, which is that number 4. This conviction was mistakenly improved because it looked like from the court records it was a felony, but it actually was not a felony. And so I would just respectfully request that you pay particular attention to the issues of fact number 2 and number 3, and do not consider number 4 or exhibit number 4, issue number 4 or exhibit number 4, because it actually was not a felony conviction.
So just strike paragraph 4 from the finding of fact.
Correct, and don't consider the attendant exhibit, which is number 4.
All right, call your first witness.
Thank you. Mr. Easterling, please state your name and address.
Randall Easterling, 1415 East Twin Lakes Drive, Little Rock, Arkansas, 72205.
And Mr. Easterling, are you here today requesting a waiver to be licensed as a real estate salesperson?
Yes.
Okay, we have to go through a few things. If you would turn to the exhibit behind number A, I'm going to ask you some questions about numbers 2 and 3 of the issues of fact.
Okay.
It states that on the number 2 states that on or about September 2nd, 1992, you pled guilty in Pulaski County Circuit Court to a Class Y felony of aggravated robbery and a Class C felony of theft of property, and you were sentenced to 10 years of incarceration. Would you please explain to the commissioners what led to you picking up that charge and how old you were at the time?
Well, when I committed the crime, I was 17 years old. I was a senior in high school, and it just was a bad mistake. I hate to play the blame game, but it's a little peer pressure going on. And so I got involved in that, and it was a big mistake. And so I was arrested for the robbery.
What actually happened? Who or what was robbed?
Me and a guy, we robbed a pizza place.
Okay, a pizza restaurant. Okay.
Yeah.
Were you armed?
Well, my friend was, and so we
Okay.
both,
Okay.
everybody gets the charge.
Did you actually get any money or any property when you committed the crime?
Well, we did rob the store, and but we was caught within 20, 30 minutes of it.
Okay.
Like I say, it was just something that we just done. I mean, it was some pressure going on there, and it was just a big mistake. I didn't
Was it
really-
gang related?
Well, not actually initiation to be in the gang, but it was like at that point in time, when you came outside and around the guys, it was like you almost had to be around, had to do something type of thing.
Okay.
So it wasn't just initiation, but it was just at the time, it was just, it was just a lot of pressure to, when you come out and you be around the guys, hey, you need to do this, so we're gonna do this. I was raised by a single mom. And so I never really had that role model in my life. And so I just made a terrible, bad decision.
Well, let me ask you a question. It looks like you were charged in Pulaski County, but you actually graduated from high school down in Eudora.
Well, the reason being is because, like I say, when I caught the charge, I was 17. I was a senior at Hall High School. And so my mom is from Eudora, Arkansas.
Okay.
And so, I had got suspended. And so she was just wanting me to be able to finish school and graduate. And so she sent me down to my grandmother's.
Okay.
And so I just transferred so I could go ahead and graduate.
Okay, I see. And you actually ended up being sentenced to 10 years in the Arkansas Department of Correction. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you were prosecuted and charged as an adult, even though you were 17?
I was 17 at the time of the charge. And then by the time I went to court, it was September the 2nd. And my birthday was August the 9th. And so I had just turned 18.
Okay.
Yes.
And how much time did you actually spend in the Arkansas Department of Correction?
From 92 to 94.
Okay. And then when you paroled out, where did you go to live?
Back with my mom.
With your mom here in Pulaski County?
Yes, in the same neighborhood.
Okay. And what were the terms of your parole? How often did you have to report to an officer while you were on parole?
Once a month.
Okay. And were you required to either go to school or have a job or both?
Well, not really required to go to school, but they did want you to have employment.
Okay. And were you working?
Yes, I started working for Mr. Clean's Carpet and Janitorial Service
Okay.
on a David Featherstone.
Okay. And how long did you work there?
I worked there part-time till 97 when I got into some more trouble.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. you were living with your mom, you were working part-time, you were reporting to your parole officer once a month.
Yes,
Did you have to pass drug screens?
yes.
Okay. Did you have any dirty screens? I know it was a while. It's been a while, but do you
Maybe,
recall
but I don't recall having any type of
issues while you
repercussions
were on
or
parole?
issues or having to go to counseling or anything.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. How long did you have to report? How long did you have to make those once a month reports to a parole officer?
For,
An
I
estimate
think for
is fine.
5 years.
5 years?
From,
Okay,
well, from the time of sentencing,
okay,
you'd be on, you wouldn't get off of the paper, as they call it, till 5 years, half of the sentence.
okay,
And so since I got out in 94, I would have been off of parole by 97.
okay.
Yeah. I'd
Okay,
have been off parole in 97.
and then what happened in 97 when you picked up, let's see, looks like it was probably in 96 when you picked up the charge because your conviction was in early of 97.
Yes,
And it says you were found guilty in Pulaski County Circuit Court of a Class D felony battery, 2nd degree. And what altercation led to that charge and conviction?
okay, let me.
That's
find-
on number 3 behind tab A,
Okay,
A2, page A2.
okay. In this particular case, I was on parole and I was back, I had nowhere to go, so I was back in the same neighborhood, around some of the same guys.
Where was the neighborhood?
Well, it was off of John Barrow,
Mhm.
off in Morris Manor
Uh-huh,
area.
okay,
And so we was just hanging out and the officers, they had like a task force at that time that would come around, zero tolerance or something like that at that point in time. And so when the task force came around, everybody just scattered and ran, you know, just off instinct. And so I'm being on parole. I just kind of, you know, ran too. Like everybody else was running. So I was the one, I got called. And so when they called me, they gave me the all these different charges, possession, possession of a controlled substance, the battery charge, and I think fleeing or some other stuff like
and
that.
it looks like that was, the only conviction you had was from the battery charge and those other charges were not processed by the prosecutor.
They were.
Okay,
It was like one of those situations where, you know, they called me, they just charged me with everything they could because I was the one that got caught. So they
well,
dropped.
they can't charge you with battery unless they actually see you in a,
No, the battery came because the officer chased me and he fell
okay,
and he hurt his hand.
okay, I gotcha. I
And
gotcha.
so according to the law, if an officer
Right,
chases you with anything like that, if they get injured in any type of way, you will get a battery charge.
right.
And so,
I'm familiar with that
yeah,
statute.
and so I received the battery because he hurt his hand
Okay,
during the chase.
okay. And then you went back to the Department of Correction, is that correct?
Correct.
And you were sentenced to 72 months. Do you recall approximately how long you were actually there?
A year.
Okay, 1 year.
Mhm.
And then you did get 30 days jail time credit.
Yes.
And then you were on parole again, I guess, after a year. Your
Yes.
parole continued.
Yes.
Do you know when the date approximately when you were finally released from parole? After your second time at the
It would have been,
DOC?
it was in, I don't know exact date, but it was around, it was 6 years from 97, which would have been 2003. And
Okay,
it's exactly when I was convicted. So it'd have been in February.
Okay,
of 2003, because at that time, they changed the law to where if you have whatever charge you get, how much time, if you get 6 years, this was considered 6 years. And so you would be on parole. Even if you get on parole, you still be on paper until that's finished.
I got you.
And so it was 2003.
And was that during that time, were you again required to report to a parole officer once a month?
Yes, from the time from 98, I think I got out like January 98
Okay.
and till 2003, I was on parole.
And were you drug screened?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any other requirements that you had to meet during that time with your parole officer?
No, they really didn't give us any requirements, just,
Stay out of trouble?
stay out of trouble and find a job and work,
Okay.
you know.
And it looks like it was in 2003 that you started your business?
Well, no,
Oh, I'm
What
sorry.
it-
You worked for H&H Maintenance
right,
for 10 years.
right. When I got out in 98, I went back to work for Mr. Clean's Carpet and Janitorial Service. The guy, he gave me an opportunity when I got out in 94. And so I went back to, and he gave me another shot. And so I worked with him from 98 to 2002, 2003. And H&H Maintenance was taking over some contracts that Mr. Clean had.
Mhm.
And I was, I knew how to do my work. I was a valuable, he took a liking to me, Mr. Featherstone. And so I was kind of like had a supervisor role.
Okay.
And so when he lost some contracts, H&H Maintenance took over the contracts. And so some of the people that worked in the building recommended me to H&H, recommended H&H to me and said, once you take over these buildings, Randall would be a good guy to have on your team.
Okay.
And so that's when H&H interviewed me, and I started working with them around about 02. And then by 2013, they put me in a management position.
Okay. And so you worked there from about 10 years, 2003, 2013, according to your resume, and then you owned it, and then you started your own business.
Yes, I was operation manager for H&H Maintenance, and I did it for 10 years. And I was over the central part of the state. And so after I had did it for 10 years, I decided, I wanted to try it myself. And in the process of when I was the manager, I was able to go back to college and
Completed your degree at Philander Smith, summa
Yes.
cum laude. Yeah.
right. And I went and got my business administration degree so I could be able to start a business for myself. And so in 2013, that's when I decided to start my own janitorial service. And as well, since I had my degree in business, my wife had a dream of wanting to start a daycare. And so we decided to start Genesis Academy in Maumelle. And so we both were owners since it was husband and wife, but she primarily took the ownership role of that. And so I helped her out, and I went back to school again to get my CDA. It was around about 2014 or 2013 or something like that. And I went back to get the CDA to where I could be the director of the child care facility over the infants and toddlers.
Okay. And that all also would require, was the daycare licensed by the state?
Yes, we had background checks, maltreatment,
The registry?
your registry. Yeah, we had to go through all that process.
And is it still in operation?
No, we sold in, I think 17.
Okay.
We
But you owned it for 4 years, you and your wife
4 or
together?
5, for about, I think from 20, we really started in 2012, about 5 years.
And then, but you did have to go through a process similar to this, a background check,
Oh, yes,
check of the maltreatment.
Yes.
Registry at DHS and all that.
yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
And then it looks like, are you still working for Butler Furniture Depot?
No, I did Butler Furniture for about 5 years. I was the store manager and I ran the day-to-day operations in the store. And so in 2021, it was just, I just figured it was time for a change. And to be real honest with you, I sold my home. I lived in Benton at the time. And so, we was going through the pandemic, coronavirus thing. And a lot of times, people start feeling like they want to try to do some things different. And so I said, well, I want to try a different type of occupation. And so my wife and I, we sold our home in 2021. And so I was living in Benton, Arkansas. I had lived there since 06, about 14, 15 years. And so we sold a home and then we moved back to Little Rock. And so I just was tired of the job. So I went back to just doing my cleaning service only.
But you're still running.
Yes, I'm still up and running the cleaning service.
Okay.
And I figured that I would just let the janitorial service go and just concentrate fully on my cleaning service. And so when we sold a home, I had been hearing about the real estate market and everything that was going on with the market. And then I also saw the commission that my realtor made. And I said, well, this might be something that I could probably do because I was in sales
At the
for
furniture store?
for 5 years and managing the store. And I saw the type of money that was being made. And so I said, well, I'm 47 years old now. And I said, well, I figured if I could get into real estate, it'd be something that I could probably retire and take care of my family.
Okay. And it looks like, other than the DWI, which we can't consider today because it's not a disqualifying charge, you have not had any trouble since, 1997. And then you successfully completed parole in 2003. And so
Yes.
everything's been pretty much smooth sailing since then. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you're still running your janitorial service.
Yes.
I don't believe I have any other questions at this time. Thank you.
Commissioners, any questions?
Nope. I'm good.
All right,
Okay.
Ms. Chavis, next witness.
I don't have any other witnesses. Thank you.
Okay, well, I don't know if you have anything to add, Mr. Easterling, in terms of what it is that you would like the commission to do. But now's your opportunity to ask if you'd like.
Okay. Commissioners, I appreciate y'all having me today. And I just want to know that I'm not a threat to society in any means. I have a wife. I've been married since '98. And she stuck with me through all my problems. And so I married her in 1998. We've been married ever since, 24 years. I got 3 children, 2 girls and a son. My oldest is 27. My youngest is 19. And I also got 2 grandchildren. And so I just want you to keep in consideration. I appreciate the time and that I would love to have the opportunity to gain a license to do real estate.
All right, thank you, sir. Ms. Chavis, do you have a close that you would like?
Yes, commissioners, I would just respectfully request during your deliberations that you find issues of fact 1, 2, 3, and 5 are true and that the issue of law has been proven. And Mr. Easterling has done a lot since 2003. He's graduated with high honors from college and has his early childhood development certificate. He's been steadily employed and runs his own business. And I would just respectfully request that you take those things into consideration. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Chavis. At this point in time, the commission is going to go ahead and go off the record and deliberate.
I do have a final question before we go.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's right. Mr. Easterling, have you visited with the broker? Do you have a broker lined up that you're gonna go to work for?
Well, I had one under consideration through Century 21, but I haven't pursued any further. I just wanted to see how this would turn out first.
Okay.
I want to know if that was the proper process, if I should have went ahead and got with a broker, but I was just
Doesn't really
wondering.
matter, yeah. But the broker you spoke to at Century 21, are they aware that you are here today?
No.
Okay,
I
so
still,
they're not aware of your past convictions?
no, it was just mostly just gaining information from different, through I went through the
Sure.
Vivid learning process, and a lot of different brokers, and they came by. And I was just really just kind of gaining information and which one that I would maybe like to work with the best, but no one has any information of my trying to get a waiver or
Right.
anything like that. And so I was just gonna wait till I finish this process, and
But
then,
if the commission decided today to issue that waiver, do you have a problem in notifying any broker that you go to work for of the hearing today and of your past convictions?
no, I have no problem with that.
That's it.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and go off the record. The commission can go ahead and deliberate off the record. Once they reach a decision, they come back just recently and announce it with a motion and vote. You're happy to sit here and listen if you'd like. You can leave, but once they render the decision, if you're out in the hall or whatever, they'll bring you back in and tell you what it is, okay? All right, we are off the record.
Well, it says traffic violations, so it's kind of, I get a lot of. I get a lot of agents there. But all of those are in relation. So I know, I totally agree.
That's. Process. Yeah, you like that, sure.
The thing that I wanted to commit to, I don't have to. That, in the second condition.
There is a lot of stuff come out. I'm not, but yes, I'm too. I do that.
Wow. But the other. Probation. Yeah, all the same. Has to notify the broker. Check this company. Charles is gonna get.
Broker gets a copy of it. When he issues the license.
Okay, Mr. Moulton, we're ready to go back on record. We do have a motion.
All right, we're back on the record. The commission has reached a decision in this matter. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to the chair for motion and vote. Mr. Chairman.
Actually, Vice Chair Sparks has our motion.
All right,
Mr. Moulton, would you please read my motion?
I'd be happy to, Commissioner Sparks. Commissioner Sparks' motion with regard to the issues of fact and laws as follows. The commission finds as true the issues of fact contained in paragraphs 1 through A3 and 5. And furthermore, finds that the issues of law contained in order paragraph reference 1 were also proven. Furthermore, based upon those findings and conclusions, the commission has determined to grant the applicant a waiver under the provisions of ACA section 17-42-315 and allow a license to be issued to the applicant. The commission's decision is based on the condition that the applicant will be on a probation for a period of 2 years of active licensure, and the applicant's broker be notified of the probationary period and for the reasons set forth herein, and who also shall notify the executive director of the commission that he or she has been made aware of the actions that are subject to this hearing. If the applicant were to change firms, or if the principal broker of the firm changes, the applicant's new broker will be made aware of the probationary period and the reasons set forth herein, and the broker shall notify the executive director that he or she has been made aware of these proceedings. Commissioner Sparks, have I correctly stated your motion?
Yes, sir.
Commissioners, having heard the motion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by like sign? Motion carried.
All right. Commissioners, anything else you would like to add before you wrap it up?
Nope, I'm good.
We're good? All right. I will respect.
Yeah, I would just ask, did you follow all of that?
Yeah, I was listening.
Okay.
Okay, I did hear the waiver part.
Yeah,
was
that's
granted.
right.
Okay, now, the
You-
2-year probation,
Means that whoever you decide to go to work for, you have to notify them of today's hearing. They would have to notify the commission that they are aware of your past and that you have a 2-year probation on your license.
oh, okay,
Okay? And so if you violated that in any way, they are to contact the commission and let them know.
okay,
If you change brokerages
okay,
anytime during that 2 years, you are to let the next broker know, and they are to notify the commission that they are aware.
okay. I got it. I get
Anything
it.
else? If not, I will ask staff to reduce the decision of the commission to writing, make certain that Mr. Easterling gets a copy of it, along with a cover letter that notifies him of his appeal rights, although I do not anticipate that you'll be appealing this, Mr. Easterling,
No,
but
sir.
it is procedure and protocol. If there are no further questions or comments, I'll call this here to a close.
Very good.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Okay, we're going to take a short recess. Is our 10 o'clock here?
We do.
At 20 till 11? Let's make it quick and come back and we will pick that one up.
So is Davis?
Oh, yeah. Oh, no. Try to get down.
You don't have to hold it down or anything.
Okay.
It just stays on. And some weeks.
So Heather, I'll trade you books.
Okay.
I think this is extra ones. Yep, yep, we're
And so
good.
she has.
She's got one.
Exhibit from the broker she had.
You what? What? Oh, really? Well, hopefully he has better luck than the last one that's had.
Like your mic was off the last.
Oh,
Some vaccine, so there's some feedback.
that's
So
okay.
That's why it was off.
Was it just announced today? Who's that? Well, one of the guys that.
Commissioner Moore, I like the color of that tie.
Thank you.
It's really an unusual color.
It's,
It goes great with a white shirt. It really
thank
does.
you, thank you.
Okay, we're ready to go back on the record. This is formal hearing 3784 in the matter of Jacqueline Davis, Miss Davis, correct? So at this point, we will move around with some introductions of people who may or may not participate in this hearing today. First of all, my name is Doyle Yates. I am Chair of the Real Estate Commission. I'm from Fayetteville and an industry member. To my left is Suzette Sparks. She is Vice Chair of the Real Estate Commission, also an industry member and from Rogers. To my right, Tony Moore. Tony is an industry member from Russellville. And to Tony's right, is Eugene Post, a consumer member from Fort Smith. And then going around the room, people who may come and go a little here today, Andrea Alford is Executive Director of the Real Estate Commission, Melissa Goff, Deputy Director, Heather Garrett, back to my left on the front, AREC Supervisor, Udell Ward, back to my left towards the back of the room, Senior Investigator, Candace Riggins, Investigator, Sandy Egger, Executive Assistant, back up towards the front, Julie Chavis on my left, Assistant Attorney General, representing the commission today. Over on my right, Tiffany Harrison, our court reporter today, and Charles Moulton, our hearing officer. So at this point, I'll turn the hearing over to our hearing officer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As the chair noted, this is before the Arkansas Real Estate Commission in the matter of Jacqueline D. Davis applicant, docket numbers FH number 3784. Ms. Davis, would you be so kind as to identify yourself for the record, please?
My name is Julie Chavis. I'm an Assistant Attorney General and I represent the Arkansas Real Estate Commission.
Ms. Davis, would you be so kind as to identify yourself for the record, please?
My name is Jacqueline D. Davis.
Ms. Davis, you are representing yourself here this morning, correct?
Yes,
All right. And you are ready to proceed, correct?
yes.
Okay, great. Let me explain to you a little bit about how things are going to work. First off, I've got a number of exhibits here that I need to introduce. What do we got? A and B, and then 1 through
1
5,
through 4.
4. 1 through 4.
Yes, 1 through 4.
All right,
And then Ms. Davis also has her own applicants number
Correct.
1.
right. And that's the only other document that you brought, Ms. Davis, is that correct?
Yes,
All right. So you don't have an objection, Ms. Davis, to the admission of A and B and 1 through 4, do you?
no,
All right. Ms. Davis, you don't have an objection to applicants exhibit 1, do you?
I do not.
All right. Well, that objection, A and B and 1 through 4 are admitted, as well as applicants number 1 is admitted. Ms. Davis, point in time, those are going to be published to the commission. They haven't read any of this up to this point. So they come into this with kind of fresh eyes.
okay,
So we're going to go ahead and pass that out. They're going to review all these documents. We're going to go off the record while they do that. And once they've done their review, we'll come back on the record and get started.
okay.
So while they're doing that, let me explain to you a couple of things. Let me first take judicial notice of both the statutes as well as the rules that are governing this proceeding. Let me explain to you a little bit how the process is going to unfold and work, okay? As the hearing officer, my job is to run the commission for the benefit of the commission as well as yourself. So if at any time you don't understand what's going on, let me know, because one of my jobs is to make sure that your story gets told in front of this commission. And if you think that's not happening, you need to let me know, okay?
Okay.
All right. Ms. Chavis, you gonna take the lead on this?
I am.
Okay. Typically, because you're asking for a waiver, you would go first, but Ms. Chavis is being kind enough to ask you questions to sort of ease into it and transition into it. She'll call you as a witness. The commission's gonna ask you some questions. You're gonna call Ms. Garrett as well, or no?
There's always a possibility, so I would like her to be sworn as well.
Okay. So if she does call Ms. Garrett, you're allowed to ask questions of her if you so desire, but it's not going to be held against you if you don't, but I'll give you the opportunity. Once the commission has heard all the evidence, they go ahead, they go off the record, they deliberate, and then they come back on and announce their decision, okay?
Okay.
All right. Let's go ahead and swear in the witnesses, and then we'll go ahead and go off the record. Ms. Davis, would you be so kind as to raise your right hand? Do you swear the testimony you're about to give in this hearing is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Thank you both very much. We are off the record.
ready to go back on the record.
All right, we're back on the record. Davis, do you want to waive opening?
Actually, I'd like to make a brief opening statement
Sure
this
thing.
time. Just to point out, and I'm sure the commissioners are aware for the record that this is a 302 hearing rather than a 315 waiver hearing. And I am ready to proceed anytime.
All
Anyone
right,
else?
call your
is?
first witness.
Thank you. Ms. Davis, would you please state your name and address?
My name is Jacqueline D. Davis. My address is 2904 Schilling Road, Texarkana, Texas, 75503.
And you are here today seeking a license pursuant to 1742-302, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And you are already licensed as a real estate salesperson by the state of Texas, is that
Yes.
correct?
that's correct.
Okay, and you have I'll just go through your applicant number one, exhibit number one first. It was written by Doris Morris of Doris Morris Real Estate in Texarkana, Texas. And is she presently your principal?
Yes,
And how long has she been your principal broker?
since September of last year when I got my Texas real estate license.
Okay, and are you seeking licensure in Arkansas because you're working on the border?
Yes. yes.
Okay, and to your knowledge, is Miss Morris also licensed in Arkansas?
Yes, she is.
Okay, and approximately how many salespeople work under her?
Just me.
Just you?
Yeah.
Okay, and so the two of you are seeking to do business on both sides of the
Yes.
border, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And does she know, obviously, she knows you're here seeking this waiver because
Yes.
she wrote this letter for you?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to go through, if you want to refer to, I'm going to take my questions primarily from Exhibit A, the issues of fact, numbers 2 through 5. So let's just start with number 2. On October 7th, you pled guilty to 1 count of felony theft, embezzlement, or misapplication by a bank officer or employee, and that was in the United States District Court over in the Western District of Arkansas. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you were sentenced, did you work out a plea agreement? Or
Yes.
did you actually go to trial?
I worked out a plea agreement.
And you were represented by counsel?
Yes,
Okay. And in that, a plea agreement, you were sentenced to supervised release for a term of 5 years. And you were ordered to pay restitution in the amount of $21,144.93 to Commercial National Bank in Texarkana, Arkansas.
yes.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Let's back up a little bit and talk about what led you to that charge. What happened?
Okay, at that time, I was the head teller or the branch manager for a small branch that was on the state line. I had, it was a busy Friday. I'd cashed several checks. I did not follow bank procedure, which was to put the account number in the computer when I cashed the checks. I was busy. I've done it many times. Again, against bank procedure. Somehow some of the checks are transported from one branch to another by a private vehicle, by one of the runners from branch to branch. And somehow some of our checks ended up missing. We don't, never been found, don't know what happened. But since I did not follow bank procedure and put the account numbers, there was no way to go back and track who I'd cashed all these checks for. That being over $10,000, they have to report it to the insurance FDIC, which they in turn prosecuted me for embezzlement.
Okay. Did you actually ever put any money in your pocket?
No,
Okay. And do you believe, and you may or may not know the answer to this question, Ms. Davis, but do you believe that is why you were allowed to negotiate a plea in which you didn't actually end up being incarcerated?
I'm not real sure. I know that if I had gone to trial, the sentence, if I was found guilty, which I did, as my attorney explained to me, you didn't follow bank procedures, so there is some guilt there.
Right.
And if found guilty, the minimum sentence was 6 months in prison.
Okay.
I had 2 small children. That was not willing to take. I was guilty of not following bank procedure. I was responsible for the loss. And I just,
Okay.
I took the plea
Oh.
which would, and
Well, let's talk about the period of time you were on supervised release. Were you required to report to a federal probation officer
yes, monthly.
monthly?
Mhm.
And what other requirements were placed on, were there any other requirements other than just the monthly reporting? Did you have to maintain employment?
I
or-
was required to maintain employment. My probation officer periodically would show up at my place of employment to make sure that they were aware of that I was on probation and the charges that had been filed against me and everything. So I went through that for the 5 years.
Okay, and where did you work during that 5-year period?
I worked at Roadmasters, which was they deliver mobile homes. I worked in the bookkeeping special projects. I did that for 3 years. And then the last 2 years of my probation, I enrolled in school and went back to school and got a degree in occupational therapy.
Okay, and have you been working as an OT?
An OTA, an assistant.
Okay,
For the last, I graduated in 2010 and I've been doing that ever since.
okay. And I know a little bit about OTAs because I represent the medical board and they license OTs and OTAs. So are you licensed in Arkansas as an OTA?
Yes, Arkansas and Texas.
And did you have any trouble getting licensed in either jurisdiction?
Not in Texas and Arkansas, I had to meet before the medical board as I'm doing now.
And go through a
And go
process?
through a process,
And
yes.
they saw fit to issue a license to you?
Yes,
And you've maintained that license for 11 years, going
Yes.
on 12 years?
yes,
And is that true of your license in Texas as well?
yes,
Okay. And I believe that the Arkansas Medical Board requires background checks. Is that why you had to have a hearing like this?
yes.
Okay. And as an OTA, are you working for an entity? Do you do it as a freelancer? How does that work?
I'm working, I'm a contractor for Opportunities, Inc. in Texarkana. It's special needs children from 0 to 5. I've been there for 5 years now.
Okay.
I've worked PRN in St. Michael's Hospital and Encompass and Wadley. That's typical of a lot of OTs, PTs, PTAs,
Mhm.
and CODAs is that you work at several different places if you possible, like on weekends and stuff to pick up extra shifts and things like that.
Okay.
But my primary employment is at Opportunities, working with the kids.
At Opportunities, did you have to go through any kind of a background check process there?
Yes, we have to go through an extensive background check and we have to go through it every 3 years. Since we're working with children, they require it to be done again, just to make sure that nothing else has come up.
Okay. And is that true of doing the PRN work at the different hospitals and other facilities?
No, basically, if you're licensed, because both Arkansas and Texas require an extensive background check, they don't, employment usually doesn't require it.
Okay, they feel like you've already been vetted by
Mhm.
your licensing board.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm sorry, remind me again, I know I asked you that question. How long have you've been doing OTA work? Almost 12 years.
12 years.
And the whole time at Opportunities?
No, I've been a director at some skilled nursing, at a skilled nursing facility. I've worked in the school districts. I've worked at both the hospitals in Texarkana.
And I bet working in a skilled nursing facility and in a school district, you also had to pass a background check and
Yes.
you probably had to pass a child maltreatment registry check.
Yes,
And also for Opportunities.
yes,
Okay. And all that's been clear, no problems.
no problem.
Okay. Now I'm going to turn the page and look at page A-2. You were ordered to pay restitution of $21,144.93 to the bank. And it looks like on May 28th of 2014, you've satisfied that judgment. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were you given that amount of time to pay it off? It looks like it was probably about 10 years to pay it off. Is that what happened, or?
Actually, they base it on your salary, and they basically, they give you, like a minimum of like $100 a month to pay it back. And so I actually paid it back earlier than what they had anticipated.
Okay, so it was a sliding scale payment schedule based upon your income, and you accelerated your payments and paid it off sooner than your payment schedule
Right.
said. Okay. And so you have actually done some real estate transactions on the Texas side?
Yes, I've sold 4 homes so far.
Okay, and that was with Miss Morris as your principal broker?
Yes,
Okay. And you intend to work with her?
yes.
Okay, and she knows why you're here?
Yes.
She knows about the restitution and everything?
Yes, before she became my broker for Texas, I explained to her everything and showed her my documentation, because I didn't want her to go into it not knowing, just because Texas had given me my license. I wanted her to be fully aware of my circumstances and everything, especially in Texarkana, small town. I didn't want anything to come back and reflect badly on her.
Sure. If you are granted the license today and the commission placed any kind of conditions on your license, would you have any trouble telling Miss Morris what those conditions were?
No, none.
Okay. And then if you were to decide, for whatever reason, to leave Miss Morris's agency and go to work for another principal broker, would you have any problem being transparent with them?
Oh, no.
Okay.
That's one thing. No, I've definitely learned. It was a terrible experience to go through, but it makes you realize what integrity and ethics are all about, and that how important it is. And so I'm always try to be upfront and as transparent as I can be.
Okay. I have no further questions of this witness. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chavis. Commissioners, any questions?
Mr. Bolton, can I ask, Ms. Chavis?
Sure.
So Ms. Chavis, can you tell us the difference between 302 and 350?
Would it be okay if I defer that question to Heather?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioners, 315 hearing is based on statute 1742 315F. In this case, the executive director decided that this had more to do with the requirements for licensure under 1742 302. And if you look at tab 4, page 1 and page 2, it outlines the requirements for licensure. 2 of those requirements are demonstrates no record of unprofessional conduct and evidence of a good reputation for honesty, trustworthiness, and integrity sufficient to safeguard the interest of the public. Because this was a charge that originated from her employment at the time, it falls under 1742 302. So rather than asking for a waiver, she is essentially asking you all to determine whether or not she meets the requirements to be licensed.
Very good. That helps, Commissioner. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So Ms. Davis, I would ask a couple of quick questions, please. So you said you had sold 4 houses. Is that what I heard?
Yes,
Okay, which side are you, listing side, sales side, or which side?
both,
Both. Okay.
yes.
And so is that firm involved in the multiple listal system and realtors and everything there? in
MLS,
Texarkana?
yes.
Okay. And how And you had no questions or any problems at all with your Texas side of the licensure?
No, sir.
Okay, and did they run background check on
Yes,
you
yes.
also? But didn't ask any of these questions?
No.
Okay, so the monies, the 21,000. You're saying that you didn't follow procedure. Thank you for your honesty there, but then the checks were lost. I mean, where did that money go? Did the bank actually lose that money?
Yes, because they weren't able to take those checks to the other financial institutions and get their money back.
So they wouldn't, the check wouldn't clear then? They couldn't
Right,
run the
exactly.
check,
They didn't have
right?
the checks to send through, right?
Does that make any sense? And what do you think happened?
I honestly, I don't know. It- Somehow the runner lost the, in between, they go from bank to bank to bank. I don't know. I mean, if I knew that, I maybe could
So
have,
again, you understand how come it doesn't
it
make
doesn't,
any sense, to you, right?
Yes.
So did the runner lose the whole group of checks?
Yes,
Or did
yes.
he lose just the checks?
no.
that hadn't been-
He lost the whole branch. There were 8 tellers. He lost all their work. The other tellers that, there were smaller amounts that were unrecoverable, but it was under the $10,000, so they weren't prosecuted.
And how did that end up? So did you physically not enter in, or you just failed not to supervise the entering in? Which one was it?
I did both.
So you failed to enter in some yourself,
Yes,
and you failed to oversee some of the other tellers that were entering.
yes,
Is that correct?
that is correct.
And how did you pay this restitution so quickly?
Well, it was slow at first, but once I got my occupational therapy license, I was able to make more money, and I was off probation, so my probation officer wasn't coming to work, and
So how long did it take you to pay the 21,000 back?
I started in 2003, 11 years.
11 years. Okay, and you have no other conditions, you're not on probation, no other restitution, that's all square, is that correct?
That is correct. I was actually off probation in 5 years, but still work.
Still paying restitution,
Mhm.
correct? Okay,
Correct.
thank you very much.
Any other questions?
I think Tony may have asked this question, maybe you answered it, but I was still curious. In Texas, you don't have to go through the same procedure, or they don't even ask about this kind of thing?
They asked, and I provided the same information to Texas as I did to Arkansas. They took it that with the other license and everything, they approved it.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Davis.
Anyone else? Ms. Chavis, any follow-up?
No follow-up, just a brief closing.
Right. Any other witnesses?
No, sir.
All right. Ms. Davis, you get the last shot here if you so desire. Is there anything else that you want to add to your testimony before the commission goes ahead and deliberates?
Only that I understand the procedures and everything, and I understand how important integrity and ethics are, the moral principles that are required. And having gone through what I went through, there's black and white, there's no gray area, I feel like it makes me a better person because I know the consequences. I know how important it is to know the law and what you can be prosecuted for and how to follow the law. I feel like it's helped me, actually.
All right, thank you so much, ma'am. At this point in time, the commission is going to go ahead and deliberate off the record. Once they reach a decision, they're going to come back on the record and announce it with a motion to vote. Ms. Davis, you're welcome to stay here if you so desire. If you leave, they're not going to announce it until they track you down and bring you back. So we are off the record.
Yes, they are.
Mr. Moulton, we'll go back on the record. We do have a motion, actually, Commissioner Moore has our motion.
Commissioner Moore?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and try to read your
please.
motion if I could, sir.
Yes.
All right. Commissioner Moore's motion with regard to the issues of fact and law is as follows. The commission finds proven as true the allegations contained in A1 through A5 and is proven the issues of law referenced in order paragraph 1. Furthermore, based upon these findings and conclusions, the commission has determined that the applicant does meet the requirements for issue of real estate license under the provisions of ACA section 17-42-302. This decision is based on the condition that the applicant will be on a probation for a period of 2 years of active licensure, and the applicant's principal broker be notified of the probationary period and the reasons set forth herein. We shall also notify the executive director of the commission that he or she has been aware of the actions that are subject to this hearing. These same conditions shall apply for any new principal broker the applicant is licensed with during the period of probation. Commissioner Moore, have I correctly stated your motion?
Yes, sir, you have.
Commissioners, having heard the motion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by like sign? Motion carries.
Commissioners, anything you would like to add?
Yes, Ms. Davis, thank you today. You did a very good job of explaining the circumstance. And we certainly understand that you have been forthright. We do thank you that it's hard sometimes to be on that side. And, yeah, and we do understand that the importance of the fact that you're willing to be transparent. We hear a lot of young and dumb excuses, frankly, and not enough of people who own it and who are willing to say that we have rules. And thank you for that. And we've all believed that you'll do a fine job. So congratulations, and we best luck to you.
Thank you all so much. Appreciate it.
I'm going to go ahead and ask staff to reduce the decision of the commission in writing, make certain that Ms. Davis gets a copy of it along with a cover letter that notifies her of her appeal rights. No further questions or comments. I'll call this hearing to a close.
At this point, we'll recess our hearings and take a short break and pick back up on our business meeting and probably run that till 12 or close to it. I don't know. Well, we'll just shut it down for right now and then see where our lunch plans are.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
To my right, Tony Moore. Tony is an industry member as well from Russellville. And to Tony's right is Eugene Post of Fort Smith. And Eugene is a consumer member. And then around the room in no particular order, Andrea Alford, Executive Director of the Real Estate Commission, Melissa Goff, Deputy Director, Heather Garrett, who was walking around the room, AREC Supervisor. I saw you, he's up here up front. Udell Ward, Senior Investigator to my left, Candace Riggins, Investigator, Sandy Egger, Executive Assistant, Julie Chavis to my left is Assistant Attorney General, will be representing the commission today. On my right, Tiffany Harrison, who is our court reporter today, and Charles Moulton, who is hearing officer. So at this point, I'm going to turn the hearing over to our hearing officer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As the Chair noted, this is before the Arkansas Real Estate Commission in the matter of Jeremiah Thomas Hibben, applicant to docket numbers FH number 3769. Ms. Chavis, would you be so kind as to identify yourself for the record, please?
My name is Julie Chavis. I represent the Arkansas Real Estate Commission.
Mr. Hibben, would you be so kind as to identify yourself for the record, please?
Red button.
Red button.
And just leave
My name
it
is
down.
Jeremiah Hibben. I'm the applicant.
Go ahead and just press it all the way to, press it so it stays
And
down,
just
Mr.
leave it
Hibben.
down.
Good.
There you go.
Okay. And you can pull that microphone a little bit closer to you, so you don't have to lean over to speak into it.
My name is Jeremiah Hibben. I'm the applicant in the hearing.
Perfect. Let me take judicial notice of both the statute as well as the rules that are governing this, that govern this proceeding. Mr. Hibben, you are representing yourself here this afternoon, correct?
That's correct.
And you are ready to proceed, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Let me explain to you how the process is going to work. My understanding is you met with Ms. Chavis ahead of time. Although you bear the burden of going forward when you have a waiver request, she's going to kind of smooth the path a little bit for you by asking questions and getting your story out that way. And you're okay with that, correct?
I understand. That's fine.
Okay. Once she's done with her question view, the commission will probably ask you questions as well. Ms. Chavis, do you have another witness? I assume the gentleman next to you might be testifying.
Yes, that's true. If we could please swear in Mr. Udell.
All right. Let me take care of exhibits. I have a package here, A and B and 1 through 7. Mr. Hibben, do you have any objection to the admission of any of these exhibits?
I do not.
All right. Well, that objection A and B and 1 through 7 are admitted. And we're going to go ahead and publish that to the commission because they have not had an opportunity to review any of these documents. So we're going to go ahead and go off the record. They're going to go ahead and review the documents themselves. And once they're done reading it, they'll come back on the record and we'll actually get started. Did you bring any documents, Mr. Hibben, yourself that are not part of this package that you want the commission to look at?
There's one document that was missing. It wasn't attached to an email. It was just a certificate of completion of a transitional program with regards to recovery. While I was in Texas, it was submitted to the Texas Real Estate Commission, and I think was somewhat
Do you
important to
have
their
that with you?
decision, but I don't have it with me, so
Okay,
I may speak
okay.
about that later. That's fine.
All right. Let me go ahead and swear in the witnesses and we'll go ahead and go off the record. Gentlemen, would you raise your right hands? Do you swear the testimony you're about to give in this hearing is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you so much. Have a seat. Go ahead and get off the record and let the commissioners review these documents. And then once they're done with the review, we'll come back on. We'll start with questions, okay? All right, we are off the record.
sir.
We Go back on the record.
All right, we are back on the record. The commission has finished its review of the exhibits. Ms. Chavis, do you want to do an opening or just call your first witness?
I'll just call my first witness. Thank you.
Okay,
Um,
please proceed.
Mr. Hibben, please state your name and address.
Jeremiah Hibben, 179 County Road 1485, Johntown, Texas, 75417.
Okay, and you are here today seeking a waiver to be licensed in Arkansas, is that correct?
That's correct.
And are you presently licensed in the state of Texas?
I am.
And is that license considered to be in a probationary status until you complete the legal supervision that you're under?
It is.
Okay, I'm going to go back to the beginning of exhibit number A and ask you some questions. I believe your Texas real estate license is on probationary active status until May 6, 2028. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And it actually expires at the end of this month. And do you intend to renew your Texas license?
I do.
Okay. And I'm going to go through the criminal background that we have here under Exhibit A. And it states that on or about October 10th, 2018, in Tarrant County, Texas, you pled guilty to 4 felony offenses of possession of a controlled substance. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then the court deferred adjudication and placed you on a community supervision for 9 years and required you to complete the vocational apprentice program, Dominion Transitional Community. Is all that information accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. What led to you picking up that charge in October 10th, 2018, or the charge that led to your guilty plea on that date?
There were several charges in a short period of time. During the same event, I was moving from Oklahoma, where I was an assistant at United Country. I had a home there, to Fort Worth to practice. The woman that I was with, we were both actively using drugs. And at the time, she had made known to me that she was pregnant. When I confronted her about it on several occasions, and her drug use. There were several incidents where on our way to Fort Worth, I took drugs from her and left, and it was late at night. And so there were 2 times there was a patrol car that, asked where I was going, and I was in possession of the controlled substance. First event was a little different. But she had taken the keys of my truck, was trying to trade me those for the drugs, and everything. So I think there was a broken window involved, but it's pretty simple. All of those events were when she was present. I got to Fort Worth and she was gone. She stayed in Oklahoma, and then she did come back down to Fort Worth again, and the same thing happened. There, I call it a short period of time. I believe it was about 3 or 4 months, maybe 6 months. Moving my things from Oklahoma, and then looking for a place to live in Texas in between all of that.
Okay, well, let me ask you, I believe in the statement that you wrote, you said that although you had taken the drugs from her to keep her from using while she was pregnant, that you actually were also addicted. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so y'all both had these addiction issues and
Yes, ma'am.
drugs were involved. Okay. So you were in possession and were pulled over in Tarrant County, and that's how you picked up that possession charge, the first possession charge?
In Tarrant County, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So what does your community supervision for 9 years, what does that mean exactly?
I have a supervision officer that I report to once a month. Right now, her name's Miranda Dean. She's in Red River County. She's now the county supervisor because I no longer live in Tarrant County. I don't live there. And requires that I keep a job. And every so often they do drug test me. There were community service hours involved. I completed those in the first 9 or 10 months. Mowing the courthouse, and that was it. As far as I know, that's about it. There's stipulation, I think there that after 4.5 years, I can return, and the supervision is as long as I pay my fees and fines, report timely, keep the job, and do all the things that are required. After 4.5 years,
You could be
then I'll
released
finished.
early.
Yes, ma'am, and it's
Okay, so let me just go through that. You did community service, you had some community service hours, you've completed those.
Mhm.
You have to report to her monthly,
Mhm.
and then you have random drug screens.
that's correct.
And you have to keep a job.
That's right. And the program, the transitional program was part of the stipulation.
What is that?
Completed that. In Tarrant County, they had several programs and drug programs. Some people call it drug court. I could have stayed there, but there's a program that a client of mine started. We sold him 2,000 acres in Red River County. Anyway, I knew him and I heard about his program, so we approached him with my attorney and the judge to see if that program would qualify. Being an 18-month-long program and having recovery and being faith-based, after a time, they agreed to allow me to attend this program. It had really just started, so they weren't sure about it. So there was a little time involved with my case to get that approved. And so it's faith-based. It was a faith-based work program. We had jobs and we lived there in a maximum security facility for 18 months. There were recovery programs there. It was designed for parolees, mostly probationers and parolees, to where after a time it transitioned over to strictly parolees now, and it's part of the TDCJ.
And so
parole
that's the
program.
vocational apprentice program?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it's for probationers like yourself and parolees.
At the time it was.
Okay, and it did involve drug and alcohol treatment?
Yes, ma'am. The Celebrate Recovery, which we attended at various churches around on the weekends with security. And then eventually we had a building there where we just have our own church and start our own recovery program. So I try to stay involved with that. And I did after I completed the
Are
program.
you still doing that?
Yeah. I do personally. I don't there at the ranch any longer. So.
Okay, not at the ranch, but just,
No.
you do have a support, a sober support group that
Yes,
you,
yes, ma'am. Celebrate Recovery at the church in Pagoda, Freedom Family Fellowship.
okay,
I'm having a hard time hearing.
okay.
Okay,
Is your red button pushed
it
down?
is.
Okay,
Is
good. There
that
you go.
better?
Just
Okay.
kinda
There you
lean
go.
Back away from it. You'll just stay up there with it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you, from October 10th, 2018, for 9 years, you're on this community supervision. But you've already completed the community service hours component.
Yes, ma'am.
You did 18 months of sober living rehab type work.
Yes, ma'am. We were building a slaughterhouse and I was the head of the equipment maintenance. I did the equipment maintenance. I fixed all tractors and everything. That's what we did. Yeah.
Okay, and that's what you did at the vocational apprentice program? Okay. And 2 days after you entered your plea to the 4 felony offenses of possession in Tarrant County, you entered you pled guilty to a 3rd-degree felony offense of possession of controlled substances of less than 1 gram in Lamar County.
Mhm.
Now, how did you pick up that charge?
That was actually the first offense that I spoke about with the broken window. We were on our way from Hugo down through Paris to Fort Worth. We were on our way from Hugo down through Paris to Fort Worth. So that was
That was actually the first
offense.
one?
It was the attorneys had negotiated that whatever Tarrant County decided, that Lamar County would go along with that. So
Okay.
we finished up in Texas and went back to Lamar County, and they agreed to allow me to attend the transition program. All is the same kind of thing there.
So, okay, so your service with the transitional program and the community supervision
Mm.
from Lamar County was folded into the Tarrant County
Yes,
case.
they're all the same conditions. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But in the Lamar County case, you were actually sentenced to 10 years of confinement,
Mm.
but I guess that was stayed while you, as long as you were actively in compliance with the community supervision for 9 years.
Correct.
Okay. So you are about 3.5 years into your 9 years of supervision.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you're still
Hopefully 4.5 if we can have the attorney
right, but
do
you're
that.
yeah, we're coming in October, it'll be 4 years, and then sometime after that, you can probably the person who's supervising you can request the court to release you early because you've been in compliance.
That's correct.
Okay. And have you had any dirty drug screens?
No.
Okay. And they are random?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have to report in person or by phone, or have you been Zooming during COVID, or how does that work with you checking in with your supervisor there?
At first it was in person. Now it is, because of COVID, it is over the phone. I have a personal appearance in 3 days. So every so often I do, about every 3 months. I think now after a time, once you've gone possibly a year, they have standard. I don't know. Then you report every 3 months. Sometimes they change it to 6 months and
Okay.
like that.
Are you on the 3-month reporting schedule now?
I don't think I am yet.
Okay.
I came back from Oklahoma. I did an interstate transfer and lived in Oklahoma for a time, and then I
Okay.
came back to Texas. So
But that was all cleared through the court.
yes, it was. Oh yeah, they went to Austin first, and Oklahoma City, and I worked with my folks for a little while up there, and had a home, and so then I came back to Texas with work.
Okay. Now, under your Texas real estate license, I'm guessing that you are required to report these offenses to the Texas Real Estate Commission.
Yes.
Okay. And that's how it came about. They had a hearing, and I believe it's called active probationary status, where I guess you're still able to work under your Texas real estate license.
Yes, ma'am. I believe the point is I can't apply for a broker's license, which I don't, at this time, I don't have the points to apply anyway, but there's that. And then, of course, with any offense, I report that to my broker. They request a letter. The Association of Realtors, I think maybe I may have to send them a letter just notifying them that I do have the offenses. And that
Okay.
this is part of the deal.
Okay. And so, so you are still able to conduct real estate sales
Yes.
and
Yes, ma'am.
and close deals under your Texas license.
Correct.
It's just you're under a probationary status as long as you're under court supervision.
That's correct. My focus is REO. I sell foreclosures, and I can still continue to do BPOs. The asset manager allows that. And then I've had 2 transactions.
Okay. And who are you working for now?
I'm with TIC. We just completed a job.
What's TIC?
It's the industrial company, Kiewit, their construction company. They have large projects. They were building the wall before that stopped, and then they built gas plants. I was building a solar array in Deepport.
So
called
you are,
Samson. Mhm.
so that's not a real estate business?
No, I'm an equipment operator there.
Okay.
Offload trucks with logistics.
So you're not practicing real estate at this time?
Not full time, not actively. I had 2 transactions, actually one this year. It went into January. It was an investment purchase I did with my parents. That's the home I live in now. And then I sold a home last year for My
Okay.
boss is CFO. He moved down from Oklahoma.
Do you have a broker that you are seeking to go to work for if you are able to get your Arkansas license, a waiver today?
I've worked for my family for really 10 years with my family. I have a transaction broker now, just to keep my license active so I can do BPOs and things that I need to do.
What's your purpose in
so-
seeking an Arkansas license?
To broker in Texarkana.
Okay,
My mother's licensed in Arkansas, Texas and Oklahoma.
okay,
She offices in Ho Chi Town selling cabins, but there are several folks that work with her. This guy named Chad, I may go to work with him for him to carry my license, but being in Texarkana is more conducive to the market for REO. It's more residential, being that there's the moratorium is being lifted and banks can continue on like that, then there will be a higher inventory of REO sales. And so between Texarkana or the Metroplex, it's a bigger market.
okay.
So where I live now is between there. It's closer to Texarkana. My mother's licensed in Arkansas also. So my mother, the first question you asked me, either my mother, one of the folks that works with her at Keller Williams.
Okay, at Keller Williams. And your mom's at Keller Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
Is
She's
she
the
a-
primary broker.
Okay. So if you, have you already spoken to someone at a principal broker at Keller Williams about carrying your license?
Just my mother, and then I have an appointment probably next week with Chad,
Okay.
Chad Stevens. Yeah,
Does he know your criminal background?
not yet. Well,
Not-
I think she mentioned it to him, but
Your mother's mentioned it to him?
yes, ma'am.
Okay,
I can't keep this transaction broker if I'm going to practice in Arkansas. So, I mean, I could, but, and have two brokers, but, I'm going to focus on Keller Williams first. you know.
okay. If you are granted a waiver today and the commissioners placed a probation on an Arkansas license, would you have any trouble? And one of those conditions would be telling your principal broker that you had to come here today and get a waiver and you had to be completely transparent about what all has happened. Do you have any problem with that?
No,
Okay. And I'm going to make an assumption that that would be also a part of working your program of recovery was being transparent. And,
correct.
okay. And how are you maintaining your sobriety?
I attend recovery programs on Saturday at Celebrate Recovery. It's a faith-based program. It's one I was involved with there at the ranch. So I have several contacts when I need them. I attend meetings.
Do you have a
go to
sponsor?
church regularly. Yes, his name's Jim Norris.
Okay. So you have a sponsor, you attend Celebrate Recovery, you go to church regularly. What happened to the woman?
As far as I know, she went to a rehabilitation program in Oklahoma. That's what my mother told me.
Are you in any contact with her?
No, that was shortly after this, and then since then, I really have no idea.
Do you, and now this all happened in 2018, so we're about 3.5 years ago. Is it your testimony today that these incidences, this criminal activity with drugs just came from your association with her? Were there any other people that you used with or were socialized with? Do you still have contact with those people from 3.5 years ago?
No. I mean, I wouldn't say that, I had a problem with addiction and I deal with that every day. And then, but as far as anyone else that I use, no, it was just, we lived together. and
Okay.
It was being her. and
Okay.
I.
Okay, but you don't have any contact with her?
No,
You
I
are,
do not.
okay. And do you have a date that you consider your sobriety date?
That would be 4/21/2018.
Okay. So you've just passed 4 years.
That's correct.
I have no further questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chambers. Any questions?
In your recommendation letter, I see it's from an associate broker for Arkansas and Texas, and it is Dawn Hibben. Is she related? Is Dawn related to you?
Yes, she's my mother.
So I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought your mother was the principal broker? No?
Is she the
I-
associate broker now? Oh, she just changed her status like 3 weeks ago. I'm sorry.
Okay,
You're correct. She's an associate broker now. That was the deal. When they started the franchise, she was the principal broker. That's correct. You're right.
and so this letter is dated March 2nd, so she's the associate broker now or principal
She's
broker
an
now?
associate broker now. Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
She changed her status a while back. She did call me. I don't know the exact date, but sorry, I'm in the habit
that-
of calling her that because she was a franchise owner for 5-6 years when I worked with her. So I've been on.
that's okay. I just wanted to make sure we understood.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other commissioners?
Yeah, I have a question. And I'll ask this question because you brought it up in your letter
Yes,
of
sir.
explanation. That Texas considered an arrest from 1996
Yes, sir.
in issuing your license.
Mhm.
What was that about?
It was robbery. Yes, sir.
It was
In
what?
1996, robbery. Yes, sir.
Armed robbery?
Yes, sir.
How old? How old were you?
I was 19 years old.
19.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so an adult.
Yes,
Right.
sir.
Was that taken into consideration as habitual when you got the drug?
Yes, sir. And it was enhanced.
And
Habitual, no, it was considered, it was an enhancement to those charges, which would have not been a felony.
you're gonna need to stay in close to the mic. Yeah.
Not habitual in the sense that like 3 strikes, you're out. Habitual offenses, no. But it was what created the enhancement to those to become a state jail felony and not a misdemeanor at the time.
Because you were in possession of a firearm?
No, I was in possession of drugs, but before that, I had committed a felony.
Okay. Well, when I was reading through this on the drug charges, it references a firearm.
Doesn't- no. They may be referencing that first charge because they considered all of them at the time.
And Ms. Chavis could probably help me on that in the way that it's reading. But just to take one of them.
I'm sorry, what were you looking at, Commissioner?
I'm on exhibit 3-1.
I'm sorry, exhibit 3.
Yeah, 3-1, last paragraph, state felony, 3rd degree felony notice. You read on down, it says criminal code or for which judgment contains an affirmative finding of the use of exhibition of a deadly weapon under Texas code. So is it referencing that aggravated robbery from when he was 19?
This says
I
that
guess it does. 'Cause
up
it-
at the top where it says offense date 1/9/2019, repeat felony offender, I believe that this offense date for 1/2/2018, the repeat felony offender refers to the fact that he had previously
Right.
had the charge.
It puts the date down at the bottom.
Yes,
9th day
97.
of October.
Yes.
97. Okay. So were you convicted on that charge?
Yes,
Did you serve time?
yes, sir.
How much?
11 years.
11 years. You served the entire 11?
Yes, I did.
So long since off of parole or probation for that?
I'm never
Or
on,
are
was
you
never on
didn't?
probation,
Okay.
parole or probation. No, sir.
So it's interesting that you mentioned Keller Williams and Texarkana. We just had someone in here, actually a principal broker who had moved a bunch of salespeople from Keller Williams to his own company.
Hmm.
I don't recall how far back, how long ago it was, but so the existing Keller Williams, you have not talked to that current principal broker at this point.
No,
Only
just
your
my
mother.
mother, yeah,
Okay.
at this time.
Did she advise you to until this was settled or
She mentioned when this is over, maybe go talk to Chad.
into the
She,
mic?
when this is over, maybe go talk to Chad. But I believe that he offices out of the Plano office in Texas. I'm not sure if he's licensed in Arkansas, but she mentioned I may go talk to him. This is some of the problems, some of the issues that I had with this transaction broker with a commission disbursement and trying to get a letter. You know, we had a discussion and I told her, I said, I've got to change brokers. This is just, you know, it's not okay. I can't get paid and they don't talk to me. So, which I sort of understand. I mean, I don't. I've never had a transaction broker. I've always worked with my family or someone in the United Country franchise. My first broker was an REO broker at Starcrest in Plano. So, you know, she did mention, well, you need to go speak to him.
So how far from Texarkana do you live?
An hour and a half,
Hour and a half.
hour and 20 minutes.
Does your mother live in Texarkana?
No, she lives in Oklahoma.
Okay.
Their office, their primary office is in Oklahoma is at Hochatown.
Is what?
Hochatown.
Okay.
And
So
who does she-
how far from Arkansas does she live?
From Idabel. Hour and 45 minutes, 2 hours.
Okay. So I'm trying to wrap my mind around
Sure.
why Arkansas is important to you to have a license. Because I think your testimony was you'd only done 2 transactions. One of those was family.
That's
right?
correct.
And so your primary employment is something other than real estate.
That's correct.
And do you work all over the country with your current employer?
No, I don't. No.
Pretty much where you live?
Yes, our first big job, my first big job with them was at Deeport we were building a solar array. And then that scaled down and ramped down and I'm actually on a layoff status now. They've sent me requests to work in other places, Wyoming, and then recently to be considered, I think, for another new solar array nearby.
Right.
Yes, sir. Texarkana is important because I sell REO. My first broker was an REO broker. I do that because there's limited interaction with people. You know, I don't have to go into their homes. I go in an empty house. I can do valuations. A lot of people don't like to do it. I understand how to do it. My dad was a mortgage banker. Do BPOs. I have a good BPO methodology and, you know, finding their value. So, and that's kind of my teeth on. I know how to do it. And being in Texarkana, I believe there'd be a higher inventory there. There's been a moratorium on the foreclosures, or was at the beginning of COVID. So there's basically no inventory now. A lot of what I do is just trying to keep up with, you know, I pay the bills until with HUD and Fannie and Freddie and anyone else that I can try to get back to selling REO. Out in the country, we do. You know, HUD doesn't loan on land that much, and sometimes Fannie and Freddie we'll have a listing or something there that's on a few acres, you know. But it's something I know how to do, and if I had my choice, I'd rather stay up here closer to my family and have a market area that's I can be competitive in. You know, there's going to be an inventory there. It's as back down to Dallas, Fort Worth in Texas. That's a little bit further drive, and then I don't want to do that. I'm closer to my family here, to where we can also then both go to Texarkana. She sells in DeKalb. She's got a ranch down here on the river in Texarkana. You know, it's a couple thousand acres. She knows people there, and so it would just be easy for me there. However, Texarkana is only half a city if you're licensed in Texas.
Sure.
You know, and it
Yeah,
would be to do that. It would make more sense to me to be licensed in both states, so I can drive across the road and also sell.
Well, I won't question your business model.
Yes, sir.
whether that pans out in the future or not. But
Yes,
let me ask you this question. You indicated that a great deal of your involvement or what led up to you being arrested and charged in this latest possession was partly the result of your relationship with a girlfriend, correct?
That's correct.
And wanting to keep drugs away from her when you found out she was pregnant.
That's correct.
Did she have a baby?
To this day, I don't know. So I was told by my mother that she was lying, but she tends to try to protect me from things. So, and I had no communication with her after I was arrested. There would be no way for me to know. You know, if I went to and asked everyone else, or with my senses that no, maybe this was just something she was trying to use to manipulate me with. At the time, I didn't understand that.
Right.
But now that's very possible. So, you know,
Well, you
tells me no. Yeah.
The reason I asked the question is that you indicated it was your concern over that pregnancy, that unborn, that you intervened as far as drugs were concerned.
Yes, sir.
I would just thought you would have followed that up to know whether, I mean, that'd be your child, right? By
That's
assumption.
correct. I did to a sense with my mother. She told me she was in a rehabilitation program.
Okay.
I did meet her son one time at a gas station, and he mentioned that she may live in Dallas. I did not follow that up. So at a time when things are a little more stable, you know, in my life, I don't know, I might, but my gut tells me no. I really feel like if my mother knew something that I didn't know,
Sure.
she would tell me the truth. So she says this no.
Well, you certainly have not been the first guy that's been told that and it wasn't true. So, but I wanted
Probably
to
not.
simply ask that question.
Thank you.
But you are, if I understand right, you are still on probation until 2028.
That's correct.
I think it's my turn.
Okay.
That was gonna be my first question. So now
Yeah.
that, so you are on probation, just make sure you got it to 2028, right?
And yes, sir. In Texas. Yes, sir.
In Texas.
Mhm.
Okay, and so what was your sobriety date again, sir?
4/21/2018.
Okay, so if you turn to 3/7, you look at exhibit 3/7, the second paragraph there talks about that called defendant on about the 19th day of April 2018.
3/7. I'm trying to locate that. I'm sorry.
3-7,
3-7. Oh, it's at the
Yes.
bottom of the page. Thank you.
yeah.
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, look at the second paragraph, sir. It says that there's your name here after called defendant on or about the 19th day of April 2018. And I believe if I heard you correctly, you say that was the day after your sobriety date.
That date is 2 days before what I mentioned. Which that was my arrest date to Tarrant County the last time. So I was in jail then at that time and went straight from there to a rehabilitation program in Deeport, Texas called the Dream Center. And from there, I stayed in sober living in a it's not a halfway house. It was a work program started by a Pentecostal church there. Okay. And I stayed there at the time that my attorney and I would go back to Fort Worth for hearings on the case until I was sentenced. So from the 19th of April, I was in the Tarrant County Jail until released to a drug rehab facility until sentencing. And after sentencing, I went straight from there to, Dominion in Detroit, Texas. So the 21st of April, 2018, I believe they arrested me that night on the 19th. And then by the 20th, I was in the county jail. And then, of course, there are no drugs or alcohol in a county jail. It's not supposed to be, but I wasn't actively using then, you know.
And what was your drug of choice?
At the time, it was methamphetamines. Yes, sir.
But you do have heroin in here,
Yes, sir.
that is correct, right?
That's correct. I don't use heroin though. Mhm.
And so tell me about your recovery program, your sponsor, I couldn't hear the name of your
His name
sponsor,
is Jim Norris.
okay?
Yes, sir.
Is that a weekly meeting?
Yes, every Saturday.
Okay, and have you been going?
In the last 3 months, not as much as I should. Yeah. But I actively attend Celebrate Recovery. Yes, sir. It's a 3 hour long meeting. As opposed to AA is normally an hour. They're kind of sporadic at different times during the day. So you go to a church and it's faith-based and they have praise and worship the first hour. And then the second hour, men and women split into different groups, which we feel like is better for them. Because a lot of addiction issues are carried on or between men and women, and because of them, a codependency, you know, so then the men and women split up, and then after that we eat. So it's a 3 hour long deal, you know, where, you know, a guy in AA or NA would have to attend 3 meetings to get that much recovery, you know. Of course, the faith-based program, it's also a faith-based program that that covers not just alcohol or drugs, and then doesn't create this division between who's right or wrong or what's worse or less, but all addiction and many other things outside of addiction, what are called hurts, habits, and hangups, you know, are healed by the power of Jesus Christ, right? And that the nature of addiction, anything else, is sin. So it's a faith-based program. And when you understand sin, then it opens the door for a lot of people who are, you know, have sex addictions, victims of abuse, codependency, many other things, you know, with that
Yes.
program. So
how long has it been since you've been drug tested?
Well, 3 months. I did on a job about a month ago.
Okay,
They sent me on a deal while I'm laid off. So
is that random?
but not by my supervisor. I did for a job about 3 or 4 months ago, 3 or 4 weeks ago.
So let me switch to this transactional brokerage thing.
Okay.
What is that? Tell me about that.
I pay a fee to a broker. He carries my lights, keeps it active. Then I pay him a fee on every transaction that I do.
Is that for Arkansas?
No, that is in Texas.
So that didn't apply for anything that happened over in Arkansas?
No, he's not a licensed broker in Arkansas.
Okay, so you hadn't done any brokerage on this side of the line?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you.
I may. So help me with this. I'm trying to get there with you. So facts are so important in real estate. The details matter. If you don't take care of the details, you are in trouble.
Sure.
So you didn't know if this girlfriend had a baby, but you met him at the gas station. Please. Yes, your response to that.
Who at the gas station? I met her son at the gas station.
And,
Yes.
and so that was the baby that she was carrying. So you
No,
do in
her-
fact know, or you
no.
don't know if
No,
that,
she had an older grown son. I'm
Okay.
45 and she was probably 52 years old.
okay. And you live about, so that was a
No,
different,
that's not true. She
that-
wasn't 52.
that's a different child.
Yes.
You don't,
that's-
you
that's-
still to this day do not know if she was pregnant at that time or if she gave birth.
That's correct.
Okay, so thank you for that very much. So the other thing is you live about an hour and 45 minutes from Arkansas now, but you would like to move closer to be with family, but your mom, who was the broker for Keller Williams, who's now the associate broker that moved to Oklahoma, is no longer there. She lives an hour and 30 minutes away as well.
She's always lived in Oklahoma.
Okay.
We had 3 United Country offices that I helped implement there when she bought the franchise. One in Hugo, one in Antlers, and I was the office manager, administrative assistant for those offices. They live in Grant, Oklahoma. And
Okay.
she brokers in where we had a third office in Idabel. She sold those franchises and then consolidated all of her clients into one office at Ho Chi Town and partnered with a broker from Oklahoma City.
Chad,
No, not Chad. Chad practices in Paris, Texas.
okay,
Okay. So she partnered with a broker in Oklahoma City, whereas they're in Texas and Oklahoma, there were some agents that were not located very closely to their primary broker, for example, in Plano, and also wanted to come across the river. So that allowed him the opportunity to partner with her and take her clientele and other agents who were not near Plano and practicing in other areas to be in an office and also practice in Oklahoma there with an office there because they did not have one. And the market in Ho Chi Town is very good. And so there are now over 5 and 6, 10 years, many people who want to practice in both states or come over there from Texas. So
So
she's
she-
always lived there. Yes, ma'am.
so she sold the United Country and she went to Keller Williams as as a principal broker and is now the associate broker living in Oklahoma.
That's correct. And I partner with the owner broker from Oklahoma City.
Okay, I'm following now. Thank you for
Yeah,
the
that's fine.
clarification.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
I want to make sure I got this timeline right. So in somewhere around, you were 19, 2000, or what was it, 97 or something?
96.
And you spent from 19 to the age of 30 in prison,
Basically,
right? And then you got out of prison, what, 2007,
2008, June of 2008.
2008? Did you come out of there an addict on meth? Or how did it happen to you?
No, I was sober for 10 years until when I was in Oklahoma. I moved up to Oklahoma to be closer to my folks because we then had, it was easier for me to come from Texas to our first office. And when we were independent before we became a franchise, to come help do things and be with them. So then she bought, after being independent, she bought the franchise, which had 2 offices in Hugo and Antlers. And then we created a third and consolidated everything into one LLC. So all during that time, it became more convenient and relevant for me to live in Hugo, Oklahoma, and closer to them and be able to get to Antlers or Idabel and do those things instead of from anywhere in Fort Worth or Paris in Texas. And so I did that and I kept my license active. And if I had BPOs or maybe, anything else that I could do, she carried my license while we did that, of course, about 5 years. I'm sorry, I lost my, what?
Well, I was just really trying to follow the train of the drugs. So-
In Hugo, I'm sorry. In Hugo, I met someone who was an addict themselves and I did drink alcohol. That could also, to the question, what would I consider my drug of choice to be? Because alcohol is a drug at that time. That was my drug of choice for 5, 6 years. I did drink. And so being with some folks in the afternoon, my neighbor guy lived across the street. I met this woman through him and that's how that started. And in Hugo, Oklahoma, I guess that was 2017 was the first time I used a drug other than alcohol after being released from prison. Yes, sir.
You're a real estate agent in Texas from 2013 to 2008. You're a meth addict the whole time, right?
Say that again.
You're a meth addict the whole time. You're a real estate agent in Texas.
In Texas, no, sir.
So when did the drug problem begin?
In 2017,
Oh, okay, I got you. That only was like a year.
I maybe used controlled substances for 6 to 9 months.
Okay.
Any other commissioners? Ms. Chavis, you got question I think you were getting ready to ask or trying to get
It
some
was,
clarification?
it was asked by Ms. Sparks. Thank you.
Okay. Do you have any follow-up?
I do not. Thank you.
All right. You have another witness?
I do not. Thank you.
All right, you rest.
I
I
rest.
don't know if there's anything else, Mr. That you want to add to this testimony, but you get the last shot. Is there something else that you think the commission needs to know, Mr. Hibben, that they haven't already heard today, or anything else you want to add?
Anything I would add is just a summary. I've kept my practice since 2010, pretty limited to REO. I help my family. I work for my family. All of that's with the understanding that, I do have these issues, and, I'm blessed to have a license in Texas. That's something I worked hard for. It wasn't easy. I waited months and months for that, actually years. And so, moving forward, my intention is to work closely with my family to keep my focus on my business, which is REO. I think that is something I do, in good conscience, being that, I have limited activity with people. I have to keep my broker's reputation as well as mine, them knowing that they're my principal, and that reflects on them and my family. I've been part of a recovery program. That's something I do. I was raised in church. My dad's a choir director everywhere he goes, every church we've ever been in. So, my relationship with God is what's kept me sober as long as it has. I try to carry out what they would call the 12-step in AA and carry a message to other addicts. I did that at the ranch because I know it's important for my recovery. So, I'd just like to consider that, just finally that there's no action to get my license professionally. That's an important thing to me. I've always kept my name clear and done the things that I'm supposed to do and with my family. So I don't have any actions against me professionally, or for that matter, any crimes of a financial nature. These were, personal decisions that I made that were wrong to use drugs. I dealt with my addiction. That would be it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hibben. Ms. Chavis, do you have any follow-up for Mr. Hibben based on that testimony?
I don't have any follow-up questions. I just would like to make a brief closing statement at the appropriate time.
Please
Is that
proceed.
now? Okay. Commissioners, if you would respectfully take a look at the order and notice of hearing for today, which is behind tab A, and in your deliberations, find that the issues of fact 1 through 6 are true and the issue of law has been proven. And to the extent that it's applicable, I was just going through the exhibits as Mr. Hibben was going through his closing remarks. And I noticed at page 5-3 at the very top of the page, this is his order from the Texas Real Estate Commission. And if it sounds like that he is already under a very similar order to the ones that this commission frequently issues, where he has to notify his brokers that he has had to get a waiver and that he's under certain restrictions by the Texas Commission. So I just wanted to point out that that would hopefully be something he is already familiar with. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chavis. At this point in time, I'm going to go ahead and call the evidentiary part of the record to a close. The commission is going to deliberate off the record. Once they reach a decision, they come back on the record, and they announce it with a motion and vote. Mr. Hibben, you can stay here if you'd like. If you can wander, if you need to use the restroom, that's fine too. But they won't tell the decision until you're here back in the room, so they'll find you. All right, we're off the record. He is not here, so we're gonna have to get him first.
I'm okay to make a comment or two, Charles. I'm okay to make a comment after we vote.
Okay, we're back on the record. The
Yes, sir.
commission,
We are back on the record and I believe Commissioner Post has their motion.
Yes, Mr. Moulton, could you read my motion?
happy to, Commissioner. Commissioner Post motion with regard to the issues of fact and laws as follows. The commission finds as true the issues of fact contained in paragraphs through A6, and the commission finds as proven the issues of law set out in paragraph 1. Furthermore, based upon those findings and conclusions, the Arkansas Real Estate Commission has determined to deny the waiver request from the provisions of Arkansas Code annotated section 17-42-315. Uphold the denial of a license to the applicant. Commissioner Post, have I correctly stated your motion?
Yes, it is.
Commissioners, having heard the motion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by like sign? Motion carried.
Commissioners, anything you would like to add before I shut it down?
Yes. Mr. Hibbins, this was based primarily on the fact that you are still under probation.
No.
And that has been the consistent approach of this commission for as long as I've been here.
Okay.
And so I do applaud the education that you've gone through in the state of Texas. I know that's well beyond what's required of you. And I would encourage you, if this is what you intend to pursue as a career, that once that probation is up and you still are interested in a license in the state of Arkansas, that you come back to the commission at that point. But we try to remain consistent and take the personality out of the kind of decisions that we're required to make. And that is one that we just have to stick with. So best of luck. You have a license in Texas.
Yes, sir.
Have you looked at a license in Oklahoma? Have you?
Yeah, that wouldn't be possible for about 20 years, but consider maybe Louisiana, I've got some family in Georgia too, and some folks that I know down there. If that was ever, something possible, I think probably I'll continue to practice a little bit closer to the Metroplex. And now that the market has changed, this was something I thought I should do, because it would benefit me and my family as well. And I appreciate you being honest with me about my status. I understand, it's a little bit forward of me to be doing that, and I should wait. And with it maybe being about a year out, I continue to work towards that. That would be great. I did live in Little Rock for a while. I like Arkansas, and my fiance loves Texarkana. It's just, so thank you for your time here.
Well,
I
we
know
want
you
to
guys are
encourage
busy.
you in your sobriety too, as well. I know that's a tough day by day slog.
Right.
To be where you're at, and we want to encourage you in that. That's important than any of the rest that we're
That's
talking
great.
about.
That's one of the reasons we do call it Celebrate Recovery. We like to think that, you work your steps and you done your things and everything, but you're in recovery, and let's be excited about that, and what God has for your future. So, so thank you.
You bet.
Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hibben. I'm going to ask staff to reduce the decision of the commission to writing, make sure that Mr. Hibben gets a copy of it, along with a cover letter that notifies him of his appeal rights. If there are further questions or comments, I'll call this hearing to a close. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick recess. Is our next hearing? Oh, it has? Oh. Okay, we'll still take a quick recess and we'll come back and pick up our business meeting.
Next hearing has been canceled.
Do I?
Look at that.
That means I get to go back to work.
You don't have to have your sinking spell. when you're sitting
Hey,
there.
Josh, we'll sanction our attorney for speaking out of turn.
I'm not certain. She just like hopped right in there. didn't she?
Oh, that's why I thought
Is that a rule? Is that
That is a rule. That's
Hey,
definitely.
Julie's like me. When the thought comes to mind, I need to go ahead and say it or I'll forget it.
I'll forget it. Unless I write it on a sticky note.
Yeah.
Next time it's your turn, we're gonna jump in. I'm just saying, just say, hey.
Please do. Please do. That's only fair, really.
When you're smiling, you know, the whole world smiles with you. When you're laughing, you're laughing, the whole world laughs. Okay, so I walk in and you're on that phone, you have the space. So that makes me think, when you're smiling, the whole world smiles with you.
Ask you if you know the answer to this.
Want to do some business? All right.
No, they wouldn't. They would wait.
They would just do a blanket.
Okay, upcoming events and travel.
So commissioners, we've got a few things coming up. The June ARA meetings are not on the agenda. However, they are happening next week. And Vice Chair Sparks emailed me the agenda, and I will send you all a copy of that by email if you want to attend the ARA June meetings. We also have, and they are in Texarkana next Sunday through Tuesday.
Beautiful downtown Texarkana.
Beautiful downtown Texarkana. We also have the Arello Annual Conference, August 29th through September 2nd in Nashville, Tennessee. And then shortly after that, we'll have the ARA Annual Trade Show and Convention in Jonesboro on September 12th and 14th.
Do we know the hotel for Arello?
We do. The Lowe's Vanderbilt.
It's what? Lowe's.
It's on West End
Mhm.
near Vanderbilt University.
And we do expect the room block to fill up. So if you are planning to go to Arello Annual, I encourage you to make your reservations
Okay.
fairly soon. And that's all we have for travel.
Staffing updates.
Melissa Golf and I have started interviewing for the investigator position, and we've had some good interviews, conducting additional interviews this week, and then we'll start on the second interview for those select few. But that is ongoing.
Department reports, licensing. They gave you the short one.
Okay, now, can you hear me now? Okay. As of June 1st, we have 15,509 licensees. That is a difference of 853 from this same time last year. And it's also an increase of a little over 300 that I reported to you last month. So we're still receiving lots of applications for licenses, quite a few for renewal or activating inactive licenses. Again, that's our highest number, as I reported last month, since 1991. So a lot of active licensees. We are just about to begin work. INA, we're hoping to sign the contract this afternoon for them to begin work on the background portal, to where that will be an automated process for our licensees and speed up the processing time for everyone.
Good.
And I'd be happy to take any questions.
Any questions or comments about licensing report? Hearing none.
Commissioners, are you ready to move to the
Mhm.
investigation report? Okay. We currently have 88 investigations in process, and I cannot tell you how happy I am that that number is below 90.
Amen.
We have completed 56 complaint cases since the beginning of 22. And we have completed 82 applicant cases since the beginning of the year. Our investigators have been working really hard, and there are multiple cases in my office and some in Andrea's office waiting for review. And we hope that that number is even more pleasant next month. You will also notice that as of the end of May, we've received 46 consumer complaints in 2022, which is on average 9.2 per month. I also wanted to follow up on the applicant investigation number. So far, we've processed 1,491 applications in 2022, and 88 of those applicants have gone under investigations. And so that's 17.6% of this year's applications are actually coming to the investigation department.
Do we know how that compares in the past?
Last year, the annual average was 21.7%. In previous years, it was a little bit lower. It was 16.9% in 2020. In 2019, it was 8.9%, but we've got some odd numbers in 2019. A lot of our applicants in 2019 happened before Act 990 went into effect, which has caused an increase in the number that are required to come under investigation just because of the way Act 990 was written. At this point, we have 7 applicants from this year that either have either come to hearing so far or it's been determined that they will need to come to a hearing. So we're going to keep you updated on those numbers month to month, just so you see not only the consumer caseload, but also the applicant caseload. The next section of the investigation report is the dismissal report, and you will see the list of those cases that were dismissed, and also the synopsis and the complaint issues on those cases. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, so a couple months ago, we had disciplinary hearings stacked up, 1 or 2. And then they were continued. And then where are we on our disciplinary?
So we have 3 that are scheduled for the July meetings. And we are working to schedule some of those others out. My mic is really hot, sorry. And so we are working to schedule those out. Some of our disciplinary hearings for May were continued. And because at that point there was not enough time, we could not move them to the June meeting because we didn't have 30 days to give notice. And so we had to move those hearings. So
We had to shuffle June.
we had June, so that changed the ability to schedule the the hearings, but we do have 3 scheduled for July, and then we've got some that are preparing for August and September.
And also, I just wanted to mention, Heather and I have been working with private counsel on another disciplinary case. And it's a little bit of an unusual situation. So we are actually going to have, later this month, we're going to have a settlement conference with the attorney and the respondent and with the complainant. We're going to all be in the room together. And at the very least, we are hoping to settle everything, the recovery fund part and everything. But if we're not, we will at least have narrowed the issues considerably. And that will hopefully, I'm not sure about August, but we may be able to schedule it for August. I intend to leave that meeting with either a 100% consent agreement with everything taken care of from A to Z, from the disciplinary part to the recovery fund part, or in the alternative to have narrowed the issues and have a hearing date set in ink. So one way or the other, we are also moving toward settling another fairly, or either settling, partially settling, or having a disciplinary hearing on a fairly significant case that Heather and I have spent a lot of time working on.
So recently, Andrea Nash was the guest speaker at the Faulkner County Board. And we had several questions from the floor about could they come now? Is the door back open after COVID? And want to know about hearings. So they want to come. So what, do we have any way of putting those out, and if training format, since that's what everybody wants to come to see disciplinary hearings? Can we put that on the website? What do we do to help invite the public back almost?
Well, we do post our meetings on the website, and we post them on the state's public calendar as well. We can ask ARA to send a notice out to the local boards, letting them
What if the
know.
local EO said everything. She said, you think that'd help get the word out that we're back open for public?
I have about 10 minutes in front of the AEs at the June meeting.
Okay.
On another subject, so I'll just double down on this as well.
Great.
Sounds good.
We might be able to promote that at these June meetings a little bit too, right? We have a whole, how many do you think we'll have by the end of the year? Yes, I understand.
Oh, I don't know.
Be able to have 4 or 5 hearings at least?
I hope so. Minimum.
Well, if they want a guaranteed audience, it'd be July.
Yes. Yes, in July, at least 2 of the hearings are ones where I have already granted a continuance. If not all 3. So,
They can't ask again.
I mean, they're welcome to
I
ask,
started saying, you're not granting.
but I mean, in the absence of some very serious mitigating circumstances,
You're not granting
once
those.
we've granted the initial continuance, we like to go ahead and get it done so that the consumer can have resolution.
Yeah, absolutely.
You might just drop in there that the commissioners would prefer that you go ahead.
I'll be glad to drop that in there.
Okay. Any other questions, comments, or investigation? I thought the third one was interesting. That's on the dismissal report. That the complainant buyer alleged the respondent selling agent failed to protect their best interest by allowing them to pay $35,000 over market value. I'm not quite sure how we allowed them to do that.
Probably used a weapon.
Right. Yeah. No, I want this house and I'm willing to pay that until I get it.
That's gonna be common. I would
Yes.
say.
Well, especially inspection, and that was the tail end there.
Yep.
On
that's
repairs.
right. Yeah.
Okay, so moving on to education report.
Mr. Chairman.
Do we
members-
still have a Courtney?
We do, Courtney,
Okay.
yes.
I haven't seen her in months.
Yes, we do.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, several things going on in education. Again, I want to keep that date in front of you about the educator retreat, October 16th through the 18th. Still working on a location. We're planning for a central location in order to make it convenient for everybody. The commission previously voted to allow educators to take the salesperson exam. As a response, there was some concern. We had presented some pass-fail rates that were pretty concerning, as well as, again, the feedback from the educators who said it would help them with teaching if they could actually take the test. Well, I wanted to report that to date, only 6 instructors out of about 95 have signed up to take the test. We've sent a couple of reminders. I'm going to continue to send reminders, but they have until November to take the salesperson exam.
how many have signed up to do that?
So
Did those 6 pass?
And we did let them know that we're not gonna post their score.
Yeah.
correct.
Right, we.
That may be holding some back.
Right, we actually, we opened this up to any instructor who is offering the pre-license course. That they could sit for the pre-license salesperson pre-license exam. And honestly, the lack of interest or the lack of applications has kind of confounded us, because we really
Right.
expected them to jump at the chance, because they've been asking for this. So,
So one of them called me and blamed it on you.
oh, really?
Uh-huh.
Okay,
And
what
said
did I
that there was
do?
a letter attached with that offer that said that if they talked to the test, that they would be in big trouble.
So the letter that they received would have been the exact proposal in motion that you all reviewed and approved in November. That basically said any attempt to copy or memorize test materials would result in disciplinary action. That's referring to them actually making a concerted effort to somehow capture exam content and then pass that along to their students. That's a far cry from
Yeah, it's a long way
saying,
from the complaint.
right,
And I said, I am not aware of any ability that you have, it's
Mhm.
opportunity because you guys asked for it.
right.
And I'm not aware.
I thought, copying or sharing the information on the test just would result in stopping the program
Mhm.
for
Yes.
everybody.
Yes, it would stop the program for everyone, and then depending on the extent of the activity could result in disciplinary action.
Did you ever see the letter?
I don't do pre-licensing, no, I do.
So I was just curious if
Mhm.
conceived by somebody else is perceived as being overt in some way.
Well, I'll be glad to send you the letter that we sent the educators.
If I was worried about it, I would ask to see the letter. I wasn't.
Mhm.
It's amazing to me how often we respond to something, some complaint, and then.
Mhm.
Well, and I think we had to say that in the letter. I
Mhm.
mean, you have to,
Well, there's nothing
you have to
wrong
set the
with that.
parameter.
Right.
Well, I said, it's no gotcha intended.
Mhm.
There's no gotcha intended. We're
Right.
we're trying to help you get our pass rate up.
Mhm.
Right, it's
Right.
an educational tool
Yeah, so
for them.
you asked for it, we said, okay, and
Mhm.
there's no gotcha here. We're not trying to get you. We
Mhm.
want you to help educate the students so our pass rates up.
Mhm.
But then I went on, they opened the door for me and I said, the pass rate is a major point of emphasis for us.
Mhm.
Is that getting better or worse?
I have not looked at the statistics lately, but I can look and report back at the next
Yeah, would
meeting.
you-
Yeah,
Let's talk about it next month.
Mhm.
yeah, if we could check in on that, I'd greatly appreciate that.
Absolutely.
And moving along, this month we've had 26 salespersons licensed that were being inactivated. Since this report, we've had 6, so we're at 20 licenses that will be inactivated due to non-reporting of post-licensure course completion. And then we have sent out, again, since this report, we've gotten about 10, so we're at about 88 warning letters going out to licensees who are past due in reporting their post-licensure.
On their 18 hours,
Is there a way, and this may be cost prohibitive, but is there a way we can include post-license on the AREC website? And it was a broker, I use that website so much for, has CE been reported? Have they paid their renewal fee? But it's impossible to tell for a new licensee if they've completed post-licensure without pulling a file and seeing what date and then visiting with them, because for CE, the school, but for post, you rely on the licensee to bring the certificate back to you. And sometimes they usurp the broker and send it directly. And so the broker has no idea. And then oddly, sometimes when you call the licensee as a broker and say, did you do post-license? They say yes, but really they've done CE this year for, and not post for last year. So
Like
it's
in Northwest Arkansas.
sometimes that happens in Doyle's office.
Well, I teach 18 hours, so. and I
You've got it
only
on
teach
lockdown.
To our company, so it makes it easy for me to have a handle on it.
So I should send my people to you, or I should get licensed to teach it.
We can look into that for sure.
I think that would be helpful.
If it could be just a simple, another column on the licensing.
But y'all do a good job of sending out, like to me, notices saying, hey, Charlie, that was 18 hours, and I appreciate that. So I get a couple of those, which allows me to carry that thing around and say, if they're not gonna know.
Yes, the letters not only go out to the licensees, but also to their
To the broker.
principal.
To the brother, yeah, that helps.
But to Suzette's point, we would know ahead of time that they haven't done it. We wouldn't know when they do it. And so if it could be I say simple, nothing is simple when it comes to modifying a web page, right? But if it could be that other column that just shows 18-hour post has been completed. Because at some point, we may have to put a certificate for property management on there.
Right. We can certainly have that conversation with our website provider and our database provider and see what they can do for us.
And the next thing is the table on education transactions. I don't provide this report every month just because a lot of times there's not any significant change, and there's not a whole lot of change to be concerned about. I think one of the biggest drops is our number of course renewals. And I think we can attribute that to the fact that we have a required course. So maybe those elective CE courses weren't renewed quite as much as they have been in the past couple of years. But I'd be happy to take any questions.
None?
What's been any blowback necessarily, Melissa, related to the 3-hour required topic this year for agency? Are we hearing a bunch of gripes and complaints about that?
No, not really.
Yeah.
Now,
Right,
maybe when
me
it
too.
comes renewal season or end of the year, we may hear more, but.
It's weird. It's ugly. Had a few times in our education task force meetings, there's a few times educators have said something.
And probably hearing it in the classroom, just not outside the classroom. If they are complaining.
We're gonna try to go on the road anywhere this year.
We're going to Texarkana next week. You're welcome to go.
Yeah, I know. Anyway, let me tell you something. And then Jonesboro the following, right?
Honestly, we had not gotten that far in our planning.
An easier one might be Northwest Arkansas, since it's been a while and we have gone to Fort Smith and we've gone to Jonesboro. Where else? I think those are the only other two.
Portsmouth, Jonesboro, Northwest Arkansas, we've been there twice.
We've been there once. If we go again, we've been there.
No, we've had two meeting. We had, yeah, we did Lowell, Fort Smith, Lowell, Jonesboro.
Well, and we may actually have a unique opportunity there. I believe the October leadership meetings for ARA have been scheduled for the 10th and 11th, which are our meeting dates for that month. So we're gonna have to reschedule. And so we could possibly combine the educator retreat and the October hearing again and do that in Northwest Arkansas, the way that we did in 2017.
Since we haven't set the location yet
Mhm.
for retreat anyway.
And that would streamline our planning. It's more cost effective. And then it has the added benefit of guaranteeing that the educators can encounter a hearing and that they can see you all in action and
Then this puts us there at the same time we're having the educator retreat, so we need to have a layer of engagement.
Mhm.
All hands for that.
Makes sense.
October 16th through 18th. Mhm. Mhm.
I think that's a good fix.
Okay. We will talk to,
You have a bigger audience.
right. We can talk to Rhonda and I guess Cindy Teakle, is she still at the board?
Right.
You could talk to them about the facility and see if it's open. Mhm.
Solved that problem, didn't you?
It's the only one I'll be able to manage all week. So somebody take notes.
What she said.
I've hit my quota.
Hey, one a week, right?
Yes, sir. Okay. Okay, all right. All right. Did you
I
have
will
anything else
pass
on
on a comment that Secretary Bissett made in Chairman's meeting, saying that Arkansas Rural Estate Commission was the poster child of the way to do things. So kudos to this group and kudos to, and I chimed in, I said, hey, Ms. Alford runs a tight ship.
Thank you. Thank you very much. While I've got you, commissioners, can I ask one question about potential legislation for 2023? Is there anything that you all have in mind that you would want the agency to consider pursuing in the upcoming session? You don't have to answer right now, but we,
Be thinking about it.
yes, we would need to discuss it at the July meeting because I would have to first submit it to the department for the secretary's review. And then if it has his approval, it would go to the governor. And all of that will start happening here fairly quickly. So
can we change, I'm in favor of broker CE,
mhm,
all CE.
mhm.
Is that a rule change?
That would be, you all have the ability under existing law and rule to require, is it the full 6 hours for brokers? I think you have the ability to require the full 6 hours for brokers. So in that case, we would not need a statutory or a rule change for that.
But it would need to be an annual requirement. We would
And-
have to come up with it every year.
Mhm.
We don't have the ability to put it in permanent place.
That's correct. Now that,
That would require.
right, that would require a statutory change for sure.
We could just vote on it year after year, right?
Right.
Mhm.
Right.
Probably want to do it early in the year to allow the schools. to
And that's,
get ahead of
that's how come I was just thinking
Mhm.
about.
So it would only
Mhm.
be applicable for next year.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I'd like to do it early,
Mhm.
depending on the will of the group, so
Mhm.
that we give them plenty of notice to start, hey, start developing it.
Right.
Because if we find that we're gonna have resistance, we'll have to decide we're gonna teach it ourselves.
Mhm.
And
Okay.
sorting through who goes, who doesn't, you know,
Yeah.
we've been down that
Mhm.
road before too.
Yeah.
Right.
And I did have some blowback from one guy that I asked that to, and he said, you know, he likes going with his agents, and I said, we're certainly not going to prevent you from going with your agent.
That's right. You can go again.
You just can't get two spoonfuls of credit, but you can go from anytime you like. But for your credit, you're gonna have to go to the broker only.
Mhm.
If it's
Sorry, if it was just supervisory brokers, executive brokers, designated principal brokers, are there enough of those to make the classes work?
There have been from what we experienced with the last required broker course, and if anything, we have even more brokers. Now, the educators don't necessarily love the mechanics of it, but every person that spoke to me about the broker CE that year had overwhelmingly positive reports of how much it had helped them and how beneficial it had been. And so I think the value is definitely there. And keep in mind that the commission, we have in statute and rule that the commission has the ability to offer education if the need is there and if the need is not being met.
Right. That's what Tony would refer to.
Mhm.
And I think the biggest heartburn as far as the educators have been concerned in the past is when it's been 3 hours
Mhm.
agent and 3 hours broker,
Right.
and they're trying to juggle both of those at the same
Mhm.
time. And keep classroom going over here and one over here, and then combine them on the 3 hours that is combined. If we make it 6 hours broker only, then we do away with that
That's
Mhm.
exactly right.
juggle.
Right.
It's either a standalone broker class or it's not.
Mhm.
And I think EB level, so Commissioner Sparks, you mentioned EB, DB, PB, is that what you had?
yes,
Yeah, no
And
reason for
ABB
AB,
and J.
that's right.
no reason for AB,
I don't see any.
no, what do you think?
I don't
AB?
see any personally.
Uh,
If it's somebody that's not
Not-
experienced enough or interested enough or approved enough to have an EB status or greater, then I don't see why you'd want them in that
They
group.
don't have supervisor at that.
Don't have super capacity, so it
Mhm.
would be EB and above,
Mhm.
and I'm good with that.
Right. And the way we've done it in the past is for the associate brokers, we've said they can attend the supervising broker course, but they don't have to. And they could also opt to just take
They
straight
got-
sales.
You know, we give them either or,
Mhm.
right, still give them credit either or.
Correct.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, and thinking it through, now that I said that originally, I think if you're looking at somebody that's associate broker but is wanting to become an
Mhm.
Yeah,
executive
yeah.
broker, you'd want them to have
You
that.
want them to have,
Mhm.
go have the chance to go and get credit for
Mhm.
the broker class, so give them either, or. They can take
Mhm.
salesperson or take broker, either one will
Mhm.
credit from either way.
Or both,
Mhm.
Or
if
both,
they want to sit through.
Mhm.
yep. Can.
Okay, that's fine. I'll research that and see if I'm fairly certain we can do 6 hours under current statute and rule, but if not, I'll let you know.
Okay, anything else on education report?
Of course, Melissa, did you?
We have a couple of meetings coming up. We had a meeting about a week ago with the self-assessment group. We're having a little difficulty gaining some headway there. We're working on, they've decided they thought for their they ought to focus solely right now on the required agency course, because that should be the same across instructors. They ought to all be teaching the learning objectives and that sort of thing. They're currently trying to ascertain how best to do that, whether they collect information from students or whether we do some audits and that sort of thing, but we haven't come to a lot of resolution. You may have some more thoughts. on this.
I've been impressed with how you have jumped in and kind of corralled the group, and some really good discussions have come out of those meetings. But it's funny, like, we've gone from a complete first session, just complain session, to really trying to be constructive. So I commend you for that.
Thank you.
I think that after this last meeting, it's making headway.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Good. Come, at this point, other business?
I do not have anything else, Chairman.
Okay. 1 minute till 3 o'clock. We are adjourned.
I will say that you do have to coordinate this October Northwest Arkansas, because Mr. Post and I had muzzle deer season that's in there, and that's a sacred week. And so I'm saying that be careful of that schedule.
Mhm.
Might not have a quorum if you're not one.
Mhm.
Yeah, like if we adjourn the meeting at 3, we possibly could get to a deer stand.
Now you're
Well,
spreading too
okay.
thin. See, you're too close. I'm not that close.
I remind you both that we have deer in Northwest Arkansas.
I will certainly monitor the game and fish calendar.
That a girl. See there? Andrew's respect. Okay, so let me tell you what this. We have a 60-hour requirement
16th through the 18th.
that has to go to school, 60 man hours, 60 hours in the seat.
Mhm.
Can be virtual, can be both. A test. If they pass those tests, there's two ways to that. Or mistake. If you pass both modules, they keep your license here until they pass both modules. Don't talk about H.
Now, I'm here. I got to meet with a legislator in the morning at 9 o'clock.
So you have 60 hours.
Over this
You have 2 modules,
property
3.5 hour test. You have to pass